Good evening. The files are open, and the lamp is already burning. Come in. Tonight the archive smells different, did you notice? There is pine in it, and damp earth, and the particular cold that lives under tree cover even in the summer. The cold of shade. The cold of places where the sunlight arrives in pieces rather than in sheets. Filtered through a canopy that has been filtering it for longer than anyone has been counting. The files on the desk tonight came from the forest, and the forest came with them, in the paper, in the ink, in the particular quality of handwriting that a person develops when they write at a camp table, or on a clipboard balanced on a knee, or on the railing of a fire tower with the wind moving the pages. I am Alex, and this is the Dusk Files. And tonight, I am reading from the files that were sent in by park rangers. Not police rangers, not military rangers. The quiet kind. The kind who walk. The kind whose job is to know a piece of the earth so well that they can tell you what has changed since yesterday, what has moved, what has grown, what has fallen, what is new. These are people who spend months alone in landscapes that do not contain other people. And the solitude gives them a quality of attention that the rest of us do not develop. Because the rest of us have too many other things to attend to. The noise of the human word drowning out the signal of the non-human. The signal that the rangers hear, because the noise is not there. Because the noise is 100 miles away. Because the ranger and the forest are alone together. And the aloneness is the condition in which the signal becomes audible. When these people write to the archive and say, I saw something I cannot explain, I listen. I listen because a park ranger does not confuse a shadow with a presence. A park ranger does not mistake the wind for a voice. A park ranger has been in the forest long enough to know what the forest ordinarily does. And what the forest ordinarily does is extensive. And the things that fall outside the ordinary are, for a ranger, genuinely outside the ordinary. Because the ranger's ordinary is wider than anyone else's. There are a few brief advertisements at the start of tonight's recording. After that, nothing will interrupt you until morning. If the archive has become a place that helps when sleep is difficult, I would be grateful for a subscription and a like. And tell me in the comments what forest you are nearest to tonight. Because tonight is a forest night, and I am curious about the geography of the trees that are closest to the people who are listening. I am opening the first file. Let's begin. The first file is typed on a manual typewriter, the kind that produces letters with slightly uneven pressure, the O and the E striking harder than the H and the L. The typist having typed for many years on this specific machine and having developed a particular relationship with its keys that long use produces. Each finger knowing its key the way a pianist's finger knows its note. The paper is standard government issue, the kind that the National Park Service uses for internal reports. The watermark visible when you hold the page to the light. But this is not an internal report. This is a letter, addressed to no one, with no return address, made from a post office in a small town in western North Carolina, to a P.O. box I maintain for correspondence that does not know where else to go. The letter is from a man named Howard Marsh, who was 58 years old when he wrote it, and who had been a park ranger on a section of the Appalachian Trail for 30 years, and who had noticed, over the last several years of his service, that his section of the trail was getting longer. I will read you his letter now. I am going to tell you something about a trail, and I am going to tell it plainly, because the trail deserves plainness, and because 30 years of walking the same path has made me a plain man. Fancy language is for people who have time to choose their words. I walk 22 miles a day, and at the end of it, the words I have left are the plain ones, the ones that come without choosing. And those are the ones I will use. My name is Howard Marsh. I have been a backcountry ranger on the Appalachian Trail, North Carolina section, for 30 years. My section runs from Davenport Gap to Max Patch, which is 22 miles by the official measurement. The measurement made by the survey crew in 1971, when the trail was last formally measured and the mileage markers were set, and the distance was entered into the official records of the Park Service. 22 miles. I have walked those 22 miles approximately 5,000 times, which is 110,000 miles, which is enough to walk around the Earth 4.5 times. Except that I have not walked around the Earth. I have walked the same 22 miles 5,000 times. And the sameness is not monotony. The sameness is depth. The way reading the same book 5,000 times would not be monotony, but would be a form of knowing the book that a single reading cannot produce. A knowing that goes past the words and into the thing the words are about. The knowing of the body rather than the mind. I know my section of the trail with my body. My feet know where the roots crossed the path. My knees know where the grade changes. My shoulders know where the branches hang low and where the canopy opens and the pack settles differently because the wind changes and the balance shifts. I know the 22 miles the way I know my own house, by the body's memory, by the accumulated experience of 5,000 passages, each one adding a layer to the knowledge deepening with each passage, the way a path deepens with each foot that walks it. The trail is getting longer. I want to say this once, clearly, and then I want to explain what I mean by it, and what I have done to verify it, and what I believe is happening. And then I want to be done, because saying it is the hard part, and the explaining is the easy part, and the being done is what comes after the hard part and the easy part are finished. The trail is getting longer, not by erosion, not by rerouting, not by any of the processes that change the length of a trail in the ordinary course of maintenance and use. The trail is getting longer because new trail is appearing. Sections that were not there before are there now. Turns that did not exist are turning. Distances between markers that were fixed are no longer fixed. The trail, my trail, the 22 miles I have walked 5,000 times, is growing. I noticed it in 1993, which is 4 years ago. I noticed it in the way you notice a change in something you know very well, which is not by seeing the change, but by feeling the change. The body registering the discrepancy before the mind identifies it. The feet saying, "This is further than it should be. This turn is not in the right place. This grade is continuing past the point where it usually levels off." The body knew before I knew. The body has always known my trail better than I have. I verified it with a pedometer, a simple mechanical pedometer, the kind that clips to your belt and counts your steps and converts the steps to distance based on your stride length. which I have measured and which is, for me, walking at my usual pace on level ground, approximately 2.7 feet. I clipped the pedometer to my belt and I walked my section from Devonport Gap to Max Patch, and the pedometer read 22.4 miles. The official distance is 22 miles. The pedometer said 22.4. The difference is 0.4 of a mile, approximately 2,100 feet, approximately 7 minutes of walking at my usual pace. 7 minutes of trail that was not there before. I did not report it. 0.4 of a mile is within the margin of error that a reasonable person would attribute to the pedometer's calibration, or to my stride length varying with the terrain, or to any of the small mechanical and biological factors that produce imprecision in a measurement of this kind. I noted it in my personal log and I moved on. The following month, I walked the section again with the pedometer, and the reading was 22.5. The month after that, 22.6. Each month, the reading increased. Each month, the trail was longer than it had been the month before, by a small amount, by an amount that could have been attributed to measurement error if the increases were random. But the increases were not random. The increases were consistent, each month adding approximately 1/10 of a mile to the previous month's reading. The trail growing at a steady rate, the rate being too consistent to be error, and too small to be a reroute, and too rare to be ignored. By the end of 1994, after 18 months of monthly measurements, the pedometer read 23.2 miles. The trail had grown by 1.2 miles, approximately 6,300 feet, approximately 21 minutes of walking. The 22-mile section was now a 23-mile section, and I had walked it enough times to know that the extra mile was not a miscalibration, but a physical fact. The trail being longer than it had been, the path going places it had not previously gone, the forest containing more trail than the forest had contained before. The viewpoint. I want to describe the viewpoint because the viewpoint is the first of a trail's gifts, and the first gift is always the one that changes the relationship. Howard discovered the viewpoint in 1993, on the walk when he first noticed the pedometer reading 22.4 miles instead of 22. The extra 0.4 of a mile included a new turn that led off the established trail to the left, the turn being marked by nothing, no can, no blaze, just the trail going where the trail had not previously gone, the surface looking walked on and settled and established, the trail appearing to have been there for years, despite having been there for, at most, weeks. The turn led along a spur ridge for approximately 200 yards. The spur ridge was covered in mountain laurel, the laurel forming a tunnel of green that the trail passed through, the tunnel being narrow enough that the branches touched Howard's shoulders on both sides, the narrowness producing an intimacy, the trail holding the walker close, the walker passing through the green the way a letter passes through an envelope, enclosed, contained, delivered. At the end of the spur, the laurel opened and the view appeared. Howard had been walking his section for 26 years at that point. 26 years of ridgeline and forest, and the occasional gap in the canopy that offered a partial view. 26 years of knowing that the landscape around his trail was beautiful, without being able to see it, the beauty concealed by the canopy being the wall between the walker and the view, the wall being the trees, trees being the forest being the thing the trail was in. The viewpoint opened the wall. The spur ridge ended at a rock outcrop, a sheaf of exposed granite that jutted out from the ridge like a balcony from a building. The sheaf approximately 15 feet wide and 30 feet long. The surface flat, the drop on three sides being sheer. The view from the sheaf being 180 degrees of mountain landscape. The ridges rolling away to the south and the west. The valleys between them green and deep. The river in the nearest valley catching the afternoon light and throwing it back as a ribbon of silver. Howard stood on the shelf and looked. He did not write in his notebook. He did not check his pedometer. He stood and looked at a view he had been walking above for 26 years and had never seen. A view that the trail had not offered until now. A view that the trail had been keeping until the trail was ready to give it. The giving. This is the quality I want to emphasize. The trail gave Howard the viewpoint. The trail extended itself along a spur ridge and through a tunnel of laurel and out to a rock shelf, and the extension was a gift. The gift being the view being the thing that the trail had been holding and that the trail was now releasing. The releasing being the giving being the relationship. I think the trail waited. I think the trail waited 26 years before giving Howard the viewpoint, the waiting being the testing. The trail testing the quality of Howard's attention over 26 years of walking. The testing producing the trust producing the gift. The trail trusted Howard. The trail trusted that Howard would receive the gift correctly, would stand on the shelf and look and not call the survey crew, would maintain the viewpoint rather than report it, would add it to his map rather than subtract it from his understanding. The trust was earned. 26 years of daily walking, 26 years of clearing branches and marking turns and carrying tools, 26 years of the particular care that a ranger gives to his section, the care of someone who considers the trail not a feature of his job, but a companion in his life. The care earned the trust. The trust produced the gift. The gift was the view. And the view, which Howard has seen every day since 1993, is still there. Still opening at the end of the spur ridge. Still offering 180 degrees of mountain landscape to whoever walks to the end of the laurel tunnel and stands on the rock shelf and looks. The view does not change. The view is the same view every day. The ridges and the valleys and the river. But the day changes. The light changes. The season changes. And the same view, seen 5,000 times, is 5,000 different views. Each one the same gift, given in a different light. The giving being the constancy being the trail's quality, the quality being love. I walked the new sections. I want to describe this because the description is the heart of the account, the part that make me write this letter, the part that makes me believe that what is happening is not a problem, but a gift. The new sections were beautiful. I want to use that word because it is a right word and because a ranger does not use that word lightly. A ranger, having seen so much beauty in 30 years, that the word has been worn smooth by use and does not come easily. and comes now only because what it describes deserves it. The new sections were beautiful. They went to places on my section that I had not known were there. Places that the original trail did not pass through. Places that the survey crew in 1971 had not included, because the places were not there in 1971. A turn in the trail that led to a viewpoint I had never seen. A ridge that the old trail followed on the north side, the new trail taking the south side offering a view of the valley that the north side did not. The valley visible below, green and deep, the river in the bottom catching the light. The view being the kind of view that hikers walk 22 miles for. The kind that makes the walking worth the walking. The kind that the trail should have included from the beginning, if the trail had known it was there. A descent to a stream crossing that the old trail bypassed. The stream was small, clean, cold, the kind of mountain stream that a hiker's body needs after 10 miles of climbing. And the crossing had flat stones and a deep pool, and the particular quality of light that a stream in a forest produces. The light coming through the canopy in columns and hitting the water and breaking into the shimmering pattern that moving water makes of still light. The trail had detoured to this stream. The trail had added a section specifically to bring the walker to water. A meadow. High up near the ridgeline, a meadow that the old trail passed within 200 yards of, but did not enter. The new trail entered it. The meadow was full of wildflowers, the late summer wildflowers of the southern Appalachians, the goldenrod and the asters and the ironweed, the colors vivid in the sunlight, the meadow being a room of color in a house of green, the trail leading into the room and through it and out the other side. The passage through the meadow adding approximately 3 minutes to the walking time and adding to the walking experience something that no amount of time can quantify. The trail was not getting longer for no reason. The trail was getting longer in order to include things it had previously excluded, places it had previously missed, experiences it had previously denied to the walker. The trail was growing in the direction of beauty, adding sections that made the walk richer, deeper, more various. The trail becoming more of itself, the way a novel becomes more of itself through revision. The writer adding scenes that the first draft missed, scenes that were always part of the story, but that the first telling did not include. I want to describe the trail itself, because the trail is the thing that grows, and the growing thing deserves to be known in its specifics. The Appalachian Trail is a footpath. This sounds simple, and it is simple, and the simplicity is the thing that makes the trail what it is. A path through the forest that a person walks on. The walking being the purpose being the simplicity. The trail existing for no reason other than that people want to walk through the forest, and the trail is how they do it. Howard's section of his trail runs through the southern Appalachian Mountains, which are among the oldest mountains on Earth, the rock being over 1 billion years old. The mountains having been high and sharp once, the way the Himalayas are high and sharp now, and having been worn down over the immensity of geological time to the rounded, forested, gentle shapes they have today. The gentleness being a product of age, the mountains being old enough to have lost their sharpness, old enough to be comfortable with themselves. The landscape having the particular quality of settled beauty that very old things have. The trail through this landscape follows the ridgeline. Not always on the very top of the ridge, sometimes on the north side and sometimes on the south. The trail finding the contour that provides the best walking, the best footing, the best relationship between the effort of the climb and the reward of the view. The trail having been designed originally by people who understood that a trail is not merely a route from here to there, but an experience, a sequence of encounters with the landscape, each turn revealing something, each climb earning a view, each descent providing rest. Howard has been walking this sequence for 30 years. 5,000 passes. Each pass identical in its route and different in its experience. The trail being the same trail each time and the forest being a different forest. The light different, the season different, the birds different, the flowers different. The quality of the air different. The trail providing the frame and the forest providing the painting. The painting changing while the frame stays the same. Until the frame itself began to change. Until the trail began to add new turns and new sections, the frame expanding, the painting getting larger, the sequence getting longer, the experience getting richer. The trail growing. Howard describes the growing as a gift. This is a word he uses, and I want to honor it, because the word tells us about Howard's relationship to the trail. The relationship being one of receiving rather than owning. The trail giving him something, and the giving being a gift. And the gift being the new sections, the viewpoints, and the stream crossings, and the meadows that the trail added to itself over 4 years. Each addition being a thing the trail wanted Howard to see. A thing the trail had been keeping in reserve. A thing the trail was now ready to show. I think about what it means for a trail to keep something in reserve. A trail is a human creation. A path cut through the forest by people with tools. The trees cleared and the rocks moved, and the grade established by the labor of trail crews over years of construction and maintenance. A trail does not decide where to go. A trail goes where the crew put it. But Howard's trail is going somewhere the crew did not put it. Howard's trail is adding sections that no crew built, turns that no crew cut, viewpoints that no crew cleared. The trail is doing its own crew work. The trail extending itself through the forest by some mechanism that Howard cannot identify, and that I cannot identify, and that the forest does not explain. The forest is the medium. The trail grows through the forest, the way a root grows through soil, the medium yielding to the growing following the path of least resistance, but also the path of greatest beauty. The trail extending itself toward the places where the beauty is, the viewpoint and the stream and the meadow. The trail knowing where the beauty is, because the trail is in the forest, and the forest is the beauty, and the knowing is the intimacy of a thing that has been in another thing for a long time. The trail and the forest have been in each other for decades. The trail is in the forest the way a vein is in a body, the trail carrying the traffic the way a vein carries the blood, the trail being part of the forest's circulation, the people who walk the trail being part of the forest's life, the walking being the pulse. And the forest, having had this pulse for decades, having had this circulation for decades, has begun to extend the circulation, to add new veins, new paths, new sections, the way a body grows new blood vessels in response to increased demand. The growing being the body's response to the exercise being the walking being Howard's 30 years of daily attention. The meadow. I want to give the meadow its own moment because the meadow is the most beautiful of the new sections, and the beauty is the point. The meadow sits near the ridgeline, approximately 14 miles into Howard's section, at an elevation of approximately 5,000 feet. The old trail passed within 200 yards of it and did not enter it. The old trail following the north side of the ridge at that point. The north side being shaded and cool and offering the easier walking, but not offering the meadow. The meadow being on the south side, in the sun, in the open, in the place where the trees have decided not to grow. Why do trees not grow in meadows? This is a question that forest ecologists debate, the answer being different in different meadows, some maintained by fire, some by soil conditions, some by wind exposure, some by the particular history of the site. Howard's meadow, the meadow the trail grew to include, exists because the bedrock is close to the surface at that point, the soil being too thin to support trees, but thick enough to support grass and wildflowers. The meadow being a window in the forest, a place where the forest opens and the sky comes down to the level of the ground, and the ground responds by producing color rather than canopy. The color. Howard mentions goldenrod and estes and ironweed, the late summer wildflowers of the southern Appalachians, the colors being gold and purple and magenta, the colors vivid against the green of the surrounding forest, the meadow being a room of color in a house of green. The trail leading into the room, the way a hallway leads to the room, the walking through the hallway being the approach and the walking into the room being the arrival, and the arrival being the moment when the color surrounds you and the sky opens above you and the view extends in every direction and you understand why the trail brought you here. The trail brought Howard to this meadow. The trail added a section specifically to include this meadow in the walk. The section being approximately 3/10 of a mile of new trail that departs from the old trail on the north side, climbs through a switchback to the ridgeline, crosses the ridge, and descends into the meadow on the south side, passes through the meadow along its eastern edge, and then climbs back to the ridgeline and rejoins the old trail on the north side. The section adds approximately 3 minutes to the walk. The 3 minutes are the gift. The gift is the meadow. The meadow is the trail's way of saying, you have been walking past this for 30 years, and you did not know it was here, because the trail did not go here. And now the trail goes here, and now you know. I think about all the meadows, on all the trails, in all the forests, that the trails do not pass through. The beauty that the routes do not include. The colors and the views and the stream crossings and the quiet places that the trail was not built to visit, but that the trail, if the trail were alive, if the trail had the capacity to grow, might choose to visit, might extend itself to include, the way Howard's trail has extended itself, the growing being the including being the gift being the beauty that was always there, but that the walking did not reach until the trail decided to reach it. I stopped reporting the length discrepancy to the Park Service. I want to describe the walking because the walking is Howard's practice. And the practice is what produced the relationship. And the relationship is what produced the growth. 5,000 times. Howard has walked his 22 miles 5,000 times. I want you to feel the weight of this number, because the number is the practice. The practice being not a single extraordinary act, but the accumulation of 5,000 ordinary acts, each one the same act, the same walking, the same trail, the same feet on the same rocks, the same shoulders under the same pack, the same eyes on the same trees, the sameness being the practice. The practice being the thing that produces the quality of attention that the trail responds to. Each walk takes approximately 8 hours. 8 hours of walking, not fast, not slow. The ranger's pace. The pace of a man who has been walking this trail for 30 years and who is not in a hurry and who does not need to hurry, because the walking is not a means to an end. The walking is the end. The walking is the work being the walking, the two inseparable, each one being the other. In 8 hours of walking, Howard's feet touched the ground approximately 20,000 times. 20,000 individual contacts between boot and trail, each contact transmitting information from the trail to the foot, the information being the texture of the surface, the grade of the slope, the moisture of the soil, the presence of roots and rocks, and the particular unevenness that the trail develops over years of use and weather. The surface being a text, and the feet being the eyes that read it. Over 5,000 walks, Howard's feet have touched the trail approximately 100 million times. 100 million contacts. 100 million exchanges of information between the trail and the walker. The trail telling the walker what the trail is made of, how the trail is shaped, where the trail is going. And the walker telling the trail, so the pressure of the feet, so the weight of the body, so the particular cadence of the walking, what the walker is. A person, a specific person, a person who comes every day, a person who does not vary, a person whose feet are the same feet, and whose weight is the same weight, and whose cadence is the same cadence, day after day, year after year, 30 years. I think the trail knows Howard's feet. I think the trail has learned Howard's cadence the way a floor learns the cadence of the person who walks on it. The floorboards developing a creak that responds to a specific rate at a specific pace. The creak being the floor's recognition of the walker. The floor saying, I know you. I know your weight. I know your step. You are the one who walks here. The trail knows Howard's step. The trail has felt Howard's step 100 million times. And the growing, the adding of new sections, the viewpoints and the stream crossings and the meadow is the trail's response to the walking. The trail giving back to the walker what the walker has given to the trail, which is attention, 30 years of attention, 100 million footfalls of attention, the attention being the love, and the love being the practice, and the practice being the walking, and the walking being the relationship. The stream crossing. I want to describe it because the stream crossing is the most practical of the trail's gifts, and the practicality is the quality I find most moving. After 10 miles of climbing, a hiker needs water. This is not a philosophical observation, this is a physiological one. The body, having climbed for 10 miles in the southern Appalachian heat, has lost water through sweat and respiration, and the particular effort of walking uphill with a pack. And the body needs to replace the water. And the replacement comes from the streams that cross the trail at intervals. The streams being the trail's water stations. The trail providing for the walker's needs the way a host provides for a guest's needs. The provision being part of the hospitality. Howard's trail did not have a water source at mile 10. The nearest stream crossing was at mile 8, and the next was at mile 12. And the 4-mile gap between them was the longest waterless stretch on his section. And Howard had noted this in his trail reports for years, the gap being a known deficiency, a feature of the trail that the trail crew had discussed, and that the difficulty of the terrain had prevented them from addressing. The terrain at mile 10 being ridgetop, the nearest water being several hundred feet below in the valley. The descent and the reascent being too steep for a trail switchback. The trail addressed it. The trail added a section, approximately 4/10 of a mile, that left the ridgeline and descended through a moderate switchback to a stream crossing that Howard had not known existed. A stream that ran through a narrow ravine approximately 200 feet below the ridge. The stream being small but permanent, fed by a spring, the water cold and clean. The kind of mountain stream that a 10-mile hiker's body needs, and that the trail, in its original form, did not provide. The trail built the switchback itself. This is the part I find hardest to account for, and that I will simply report without attempting to explain. The switchback is approximately 300 feet long, descending through 2 turns, the grade moderate, the footing good. The trail surface being the compacted earth and leaf litter of a trail that has been walked many times, which is impossible because the trail has been walked only by Howard, because the trail did not exist before the trail added it, and yet the surface has the quality of a trail that has been walked many times. The compaction and the smoothing and the particular polish that feet give to a trail over years of use. The stream at the bottom of the switchback has flat stones for crossing. The stones are arranged in a line across the water, spaced for a human stride, the spacing being the spacing that a person uses when crossing a stream on stones, each stone being large enough and flat enough for a boot, the stones being the trail's provision for the crossing, the trail having arranged the stones, or having grown the switchback to a place where the stones were already arranged, the arrangement being either the trail's work or the stream's work, or the work of whatever arranges things in the forest when the forest decides that the arrangement is needed. Howard uses this stream crossing every day. He fills his water bottle from the stream. The water is cold and clean and good. The provision is specific. The provision addresses a specific need at a specific point on the trail. The provision is the trail's way of saying, I know you need water at mile 10. I know the gap was too long. I have fixed it. The trail takes care of its walker. This is the sentence I keep returning to. The sentence that Howard does not say, but that his account implies. The trail takes care of its walker. The trail, which the walker has been taking care of for 30 years, clearing branches and marking turns and carrying tools and giving attention. The trail takes care of its walker in return. The care is specific. The care is practical. The care is a stream crossing at mile 10, where no stream crossing was before. The care being the water being the care. I stopped measuring with the pedometer. I stopped counting the extra miles and the extra minutes and the extra turns. I started maintaining the new sections, clearing the fallen branches and the overgrowth, marking the new turns with cairns so that hikers would not miss them, treating the new trail as my trail, as part of my section, as part of my responsibility. The trail grew by approximately 1.8 miles in the 4 years I have been monitoring it. My 22-mile section is now approximately 23.8 miles, and every one of the extra miles goes somewhere worth going. Every extra turn reveals something worth seeing. Every added section enriches the walk in a way that the walk did not know it was missing until the trail showed it what it was missing. I want to describe the cairns because the cairns are the markers Howard builds on the new sections, and the markers are his signature, his hand on the trail, his way of saying, I accept this gift. A cairn is a pile of stones. This is the simplest description, and it is accurate, and it is also inadequate. Because a cairn is not merely a pile. A cairn is a deliberately constructed pile, each stone chosen for its shape and its weight, and its relationship to the stones beneath it. The construction being the craft being the communication. The cairn saying to whoever sees it, someone has been here, someone has made this, follow this. Howard builds cairns on the new sections of the trail. At each new turn, at each point where the trail departs from the old route and begins its new extension, Howard builds a cairn, 3 or 4 stones, the bottom stone flat and heavy, the stones above it decreasing in size, the top stone small enough to fit in the palm, but heavy enough not to be moved by the wind. The whole structure approximately knee-high, visible to a hiker who is looking for it, invisible to a hiker who is not. The building of the cairn is the acceptance. When Howard builds a cairn on a new section of the trail, he is saying, this is trail. This is my trail. This section, which appeared without a survey crew and without a maintenance order, and without any authorization from the Park Service, is part of my section, and I am marking it the way I mark all my trail, with cairns and with care. The cairns are Howard's answer to the trail's gift. The trail gives Howard a viewpoint, a stream crossing, a meadow. Howard gives the trail a cairn. The exchange is not equal in scale, the viewpoint being vastly more impressive than a pile of stones. But the exchange is equal in quality, the quality being care. The care being the thing that both the trail and the ranger bring to the relationship. The trail caring enough to grow toward beauty, and the ranger caring enough to mark the growth with the mark that means, I was here, and what I found here is worth following. I have seen photographs of Howard's cairns. They are not remarkable. They are the standard cairns of the Appalachian Trail. 3 or 4 stones, knee-high, unobtrusive. But they are on trail that no survey crew built, on trail that the forest grew, on trail that appeared in the night or in the months between Howard's visits. And the cairns on this trail are the markers of a man who accepted the impossible without requiring an explanation, who tended the impossible with the same care he tended the possible, who walked the impossible trail with the same boots and the same loppers, and the same willingness to maintain. The cairns say, I was here. The trail says, I grew for you. The cairns and the trail together say, we are in a relationship. The ranger and the trail, the walker and the walked. And the relationship is the caring, and the caring is the cairns, and the cairns are enough. I am not reporting this to the Park Service, because the Park Service will send the survey crew, and the survey crew will measure, and the measuring will produce a number, and the number will be entered into the records, and the records will generate questions, and the questions will generate an investigation, and the investigation will miss the point. The point is not the number. The point is the trail. The trail is growing. The trail is showing me things it wants me to see. The trail is adding to itself, the way any living thing adds to itself. The growing being the evidence of the life being in the trail, and the trail being alive. I have walked this trail 5,000 times. I have given it 30 years. And the trail, in the last 4 years, has begun to give back. The giving back is the new sections. The new sections are the trail's way of saying, I know you walk me. I know you clear my branches and mark my turns and carry your tools and your care along my length every day. I know the quality of your attention, and I am growing to meet it. I am becoming more of myself in response to the quality of your tending. The tending is the relationship. The growing is the response. And the response is beautiful. I want to describe what it means to maintain a trail that is growing. Because the maintaining is Howard's response, and the response is the relationship. A trail requires maintenance. This is a fact that hikers do not often consider. The trail appearing to be a natural feature, a path through the forest that has always been there and that maintains itself. A trail does not maintain itself. A trail left unmaintained disappears. The forest reclaims it. The branches fall across it. The undergrowth grows into it. The water erodes it. The leaves bury it. A trail that is not maintained is, within a few years, not a trail. Howard maintains his trail every day. The maintaining is the walking. Each walk is also a maintenance patrol. Howard carrying a pair of loppers and a folding saw and a hoe, the tools of trail maintenance, the tools that keep the trail open, the branches cut back and the water bars cleared and the blowdowns removed. The maintaining is not a separate task from the walking. The maintaining is the walking. The walking is the maintaining. The two are one activity. The ranger walking the trail and tending the trail simultaneously. The feet and the hands doing their different work at the same time. When the trail began to grow, Howard extended his maintenance to the new sections. This was not a decision. This was a reflex. The new sections were trail. Trail requires maintenance. Howard maintains trail. The syllogism completed itself without Howard's conscious involvement, the maintaining being automatic, the automatic being the habit being 30 years deep. He clears the new viewpoint of fallen branches. He marks the new turns with cairns. He checks the new stream crossing for shifted stones. He hoes the new switchback for drainage. He does for the new trail what he does for the old trail, the doing being identical, the new trail receiving the same quality of care as the old trail. The care not distinguishing between the trail that was there when Howard arrived and the trail that arrived while Howard was there. This is the quality the trail responds to. The undiscriminating care. The care that does not ask where the trail came from, or how the trail got here, or whether the trail is supposed to be here. The care that simply sees trail and tends trail. The seeing and the tending being the same act. The act being the relationship being the thing that the trail reciprocates with its growing. Howard tends, the trail grows. The growing produces more trail. The more trail requires more tending. The more tending produces more growing. The cycle runs. The cycle is the relationship. The relationship is the love. And the love, I think, is what the trail is growing toward. Not towards a viewpoint specifically, not towards a stream crossing specifically, not towards a meadow specifically, towards a love. The trail is growing towards a quality of care that Howard brings to his walking. The trail extending itself in the direction of the tending, the way a plant extends itself in the direction of the light. The tending being the light being the love being the thing that all living things grow toward. I want to describe the forest that the trail passes through, because the forest is the body in which the trail is a vein, and the body determines the quality of the vein. The Southern Appalachian Forest is one of the most biodiverse temperate forests on Earth. More species of trees than all of Europe combined. More species of salamanders than anywhere on Earth. More species of fungi, more species of lichen, more species of moss, more species of the small things that live in the soil and on the bark and in the streams. The forest being not a single community, but a complex of communities, each community occupying its particular niche, each niche being a specific combination of altitude and aspect and moisture and soil. The combination producing a specific assemblage of species, the assemblage being the community being one of many, the many being the forest. Howard walks through this complexity every day. His trail passes through multiple communities in its 22 miles, from the oak hickory forest of the lower elevations to the northern hardwood forest of the middle elevations, to the spruce fir forest of the summits, each community having its own character, its own light, its own smell, its own sound, the trail being a journey through multiple worlds, each world separated from the next by a few hundred feet of elevation, the elevation being the gradient that organizes the forest into its layers. The trail knows these layers. The trail passes through them with the particular intelligence of a path that has been placed by people who understood the forest, who knew where the transition between one community and the next produces the most interesting walking, the most varied experience, the most beauty. The original trail was placed by people with this knowledge. The new trail, the trail that is growing, is placed by something with this knowledge too. The new sections passing through the transitions with the same intelligence. the same sensitivity to the change in the forest, the same understanding that the most interesting part of any landscape is the boundary between two kinds of it. The viewpoint is at a boundary. The stream crossing is at a boundary. The meadow is at a boundary. Each of the trail's gifts is located at a place where one community meets another, where the oak hickory meets the northern hardwood, or where the forest meets the meadow, or where the canopy meets the opening. The boundary being the place of maximum change, maximum interest, maximum beauty. The trail grows toward boundaries. The trail finds the edges and the transitions, and the places where one thing becomes another, and the trail takes the walker there, and the taking is the gift, and the gift is the edge, and the edge is where the beauty lives, the beauty of the between, the beauty of the moment when the forest changes and the light changes and the air changes, and the walker, walking through the change, feels the change in the body, in the feet, in the particular quality of attention that a change in environment produces. Howard walks through these changes every day, 5,000 times through the same changes and 5,000 different experiences of the changes, each path different, because the day is different and the season is different and the light is different and the walker is different. The walker being a day older each time, a day more experienced, a day deeper in the relationship with the trail, the relationship deepening with each path, the deepening being the practice being the walking being the life. I will continue to walk. The trail will continue to grow. The 22 miles will become 24, and then 25, and then whatever the trail decides it needs to be. And I will maintain every mile of it, the original and the new, because a ranger does not distinguish between the trail he was given and the trail gave him. It is all trail. It is all his responsibility. And the responsibility is a privilege. And the privilege is the walking. And the walking is the life. And the life is good. That is where Howard's letter ends. The next file came from higher up, from above the tree line in a sense, from a fire tower in Oregon, where a woman spent 4 months alone each season, scanning the horizon for smoke, and finding, in the landscape she was watching, something that was watching her back. I want to describe the tower because the tower is Elena's position, and the position determines the observation, and the observation is the account. A fire lookout tower is a vertical intervention in a horizontal landscape. The forest is flat, or rather, the forest is the surface being the canopy being the horizontal plane that the trees produce when they grow to their maximum height and spread their branches, and the branches of adjacent trees meet, and the meeting produces the unbroken surface that, seen from above, is the forest. The tower breaks through this surface. The tower is a 60-foot steel structure, latticed, bolted, climbing from the ground through the canopy and above the canopy into the air above the trees. The tower being the only vertical element in the horizontal landscape. The tower being the anomaly. The tower being the thing that does not belong. Elena lives at the top of this anomaly. 14 by 14 feet, glass on all sides. The room at the top of the tower is a room of seeing, a room designed for the specific purpose of looking at the horizontal surface of the forest from a position above it, the looking being the job being the room's purpose, the room being the instrument being Elena's eye, elevated to 5,300 feet plus 60 feet above the ground. From this position, Elena sees the forest as no one in the forest can see it. The hikers on the trails see trees. The rangers on the ground see trees. The animals in the understory see the underside of the canopy. No one in the forest sees the forest. Only Elena, above the forest, sees the forest, the whole of it, the 360 degrees, the surface that the canopy produces, the surface that changes color and texture and quality with the light and the season and the particular atmospheric conditions of the Pacific Northwest. Elena is the eye above the surface, the eye that sees the whole, the eye that has been watching for 3 seasons, long enough to know the normal, long enough to detect the deviations, long enough to map the deviations, long enough to see the face. The face is visible only from above. The face is composed of color deviations that are distributed across 6 square miles of forest. The deviations being individual patches that range from a few acres to several hundred acres, each patch being too large to see from the ground. The patches being visible only from a position above the canopy. The position being Elena's tower. The tower being the only point in the landscape from which the face can be seen. The forest made the face for Elena. The forest made the face for the eye that is above the surface. The eye that has been watching for 3 seasons. The eye that has been recording the colors and mapping the deviations, and attending to the forest with the quality of sustained looking that fire lookout work produces. The forest made the face for the watcher. The forest does not make faces for hikers, or for rangers, or for animals. The forest makes faces for the person who sits above the canopy and looks, day after day, season after season, the looking being the condition, the face being the response. The tower is the instrument, the sustained looking is the method, the face is the result. And the result says, the forest is aware of the looking. The forest responds to the looking. The forest shows its face to the person who has been looking long enough to see it. Her name is Elena Vasquez, and her letter begins, I am paid to look at the forest. After 3 seasons, I understand that the forest looks back. I will read you her fire now. I am paid to look at the forest. After 3 seasons, I understand that the forest looks back. My name is Elena Vasquez. I am a fire lookout on the Umpqua National Forest, which means I live in a 14 by 14 foot room on top of a 60-foot steel tower on the summit of a ridge at 5,300 feet of elevation. And my job is to look. The job has one verb, look. Look at the forest from dawn to dark, scanning the 360 degrees of horizon that the tower commands, watching for the column of white, or grey, or brown smoke that means fire. The smoke being the signal being the reason the tower exists. The tower existing so that someone can be above the forest and see what someone in the forest cannot see, which is the whole of it. The whole 360 degrees, the whole panorama, the whole green. I have been doing this for 3 seasons. A season is 4 months, June through September, the fire season, the dry months, the months when the forest is at its most combustible, and when the lightning storms walk across the ridges in the afternoon and set their small fires, and the small fires become large fires if no one sees them, and the seeing is my job. 4 months alone. 4 months in the 14 by 14 room with the windows on all sides and the Osborne firefinder on its pedestal in the center of the room. The firefinder being the instrument I used to take bearings on smoke. The instrument being a flat disc with a rotating sight, the disc oriented to the topographic map beneath it, the bearing of the smoke corresponding to a line on the map, the line being the direction of the fire, the bearing being radioed to dispatch, the dispatch sending a crew. This is the work. It is simple work. It is important work. It is work that requires a particular quality of attention that looking requires, which is not the attention of the mind, but the attention of the eye scanning without the mind directing, the eye having learned over 3 seasons to register the anomaly before the mind identifies it. The slight change in the color of the horizon, that means smoke. The change registering in the eye the way a sound registers in the ear, below the level of conscious processing. The body alert before the mind is alert. In my 2nd season, I began keeping a color journal. This was not part of the job. The job requires a fire log, the official record of smoke sightings and weather observations, and the communication with dispatch. The color journal was my own project, my own way of attending to the forest that was not the fire attending, the attending to the beauty rather than the danger. The forest changes color. This is not remarkable in itself. Every forest changes color with the seasons. The green of summer becoming the gold of autumn, becoming the bare gray of winter. But the Umpqua changes color within a season, within a week, within a day. The green is not one green. The green is 100 greens. The Douglas fir green, and the western red cedar green, and the big leaf maple green, and the vine maple green, and the moss green. Each green distinct, each green changing with the light. The morning green being different from the afternoon green. The overcast green being different from the sunny green. The forest being a surface that reflects the light differently, depending on the angle and the quality and the moisture in the air. I recorded these changes. I sat in my tower and I looked and I noted, in my color journal, the particular quality of the green on each section of the forest visible from my position. I divided the view into sections, like slices of a pie, each section corresponding to a 30-degree arc of the compass, 12 sections in all, and I noted the color of each section at the same time each day, midday, when the light was most consistent, using a set of colored pencils I had brought for the purpose. The pencils being my notation system, the way Hart's shorthand was his notation system, the color on the page being the record of the color in the forest. In the 3rd season, I noticed the anomaly. Certain sections of the forest were changing color out of season. A section that should have been the uniform dark green of mature Douglas fir in July was showing patches of gold. A section that should have been the lighter green of new growth in June was showing patches of deep blue-green, the color of old growth, the color of trees that have been standing for centuries. The colors were wrong, not dramatically wrong, not the orange of autumn in the middle of summer. Subtly wrong, the green shifted by a degree, the shade altered by an amount that a casual observer would not notice, but that I, after 3 seasons of daily color recording, noticed immediately. The way a musician notices a note that is a quarter tone flat. I mapped the anomalies. I took my color journal and I marked, on the topographic map beneath the Firefinder, the locations of the sections where the color was wrong. Using the same colored pencils I used for the journal, the pencils becoming my cartographic tools, the map becoming a color map. A record not of the terrain, but of the forest's surface. The surface being the thing I was paid to watch, and the watching having produced, over 3 seasons, a knowledge of what the surface should look like, and therefore an ability to detect when it did not look the way it should. The map accumulated over the 3rd season. By August, I had marked 37 anomalous sections, 37 places where the forest's color deviated from what my 3 seasons of observation predicted. The deviations were not random. They were not scattered evenly across the view. They were clustered, the clusters forming shapes, the shapes forming a pattern. The pattern visible on the map but not from the tower. The pattern being something that could only be seen from above, from higher than the tower, from the altitude of a bird, or a satellite, or a god. I could not see the pattern from the tower, because the tower showed me the forest in perspective, the near sections large and the far sections small, the perspective distorting the shapes being visible only in plan, only on the map, only from directly above. But I could see the pattern on the map, because the map was a plan view, the map showing the forest from directly above, the anomalous sections marked in their true positions, the positions forming shapes, the shapes forming a pattern. The pattern was a face. I need to say this carefully because saying it carelessly would make it sound like pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces in random patterns, the face on Mars, the face in the toast, the brain imposing its face recognition software on data that does not contain a face. This was not pareidolia. This was not my brain seeing a face in random color variations. This was the forest producing color variations that, when mapped from above, formed the face. The face was not human. It was not an animal face. It was a face in the same way that a mountain has a face, the way a cliff has a face, the face being not a representation, but an expression, the forest expressing something through its color, the expression being visible only to someone who had been watching the forest long enough and carefully enough to detect the deviations and map them. The mapping being the reading producing the face being the forest's way of saying, I see you seeing me. The face changed. Over the season, as I continued to map the color anomalies, the face shifted, the features moving, the expression changing, the face being not a static image, but a dynamic one, a face that was alive in the way that all faces are alive, changing with the mood being the season being the forest's mood, the face expressing what the forest was feeling, if the word feeling can be applied to a forest, and after 3 seasons of watching, I believe it can. The forest having moods, the forest being affected by the weather and the light and the season, and the particular quality of attention that a fire lookout brings to the watching. I want to describe the color journal more fully, because the color journal is Elena's instrument, and the instrument deserves its rendering. A color journal is not a standard instrument of fire lookout work. The standard instruments are the Osborne Firefinder the radio, the binoculars, the anemometer, and the eyes. The color journal is Eleanor's own addition, her own practice, her way of attending to the forest that is not the official attending, the extra attention, the attention that goes beyond the job description, the attention that transforms a fire lookout from a scanner into a watcher. The scanning being the looking for, and the watching being the looking at. Eleanor's color journal is a hardcover notebook with unlined pages, the kind of notebook that artists use for sketching. The pages being thick enough to hold the wax of the colored pencils without tearing. The pages being the surface on which Eleanor records the forest's surface. The surface recording the surface. The paper holding the color of the trees, the way the trees hold the color of the light. She uses 12 pencils, not the full set of 24 or 36 that a professional artist uses. 12. The 12 that correspond to the colors she sees in the forest from her tower. The 12 being not the primary colors of the artist's color wheel, but the colors of the Umpqua. The particular greens and browns and yellows and blues that the Douglas fir and the cedar and the maple and the moss produce in the light of the Pacific Northwest, each color being specific to a species and a season and a time of day, each pencil being labeled in Elena's handwriting with the name of the color it represents. Fir, summer, midday. Cedar, rain. Maple, autumn. Moss, shade. The journal has 3 seasons of entries. Each entry is a page, each page divided into 12 sections like a clock face, each section representing a 30-degree arc of the horizon as seen from the tower. Each section colored with the pencils that match the forest's color in that section on that day at midday. 3 seasons of daily entries, approximately 360 pages, 360 color records of the forest's surface. The anomalies appear as deviations from the established palette. A section that has been fir summer midday for 3 months suddenly shows a patch of cedar rain, the green shifting from one species color to another, the shift being wrong, the fir not being cedar, the section not having changed its species composition overnight, the color being produced by something other than the thing that ordinarily produces that color. Elena maps these deviations on the topographic sheet beneath the firefinder, the mapping being the translation from the journal to the map, from the time-based record to the space-based record, from the color on the page to the color on the landscape, the translation revealing, over the season, the pattern that the time-based record conceals, the pattern being spatial, the pattern being the face being the forests. The color journal is the instrument that made the face visible. Without the journal, without the daily discipline of recording the forest's color in 12 sections at midday, Elena would not have detected the deviations, would not have mapped them, would not have seen the pattern, would not have found the face. The journal is the lens. The journal is the way of seeing that produces the seeing, the practice producing the perception being impossible without the practice. 3 seasons of looking, 360 pages, 12 pencils, 1 face. The ratio is the ratio of all the files in tonight's collection, the immense input of attention and the specific output of discovery. The discovery being proportional not to the intelligence of the observer, but to the patience. The patience being the quality that all of tonight's observers share. The patience that comes from walking 5,000 times from looking every day for 3 seasons, from counting every year for 30 years, from measuring every clear night for 8 years. The patience being the instrument, the discovery being what the instrument reveals. I see the forest sees me. The seeing is mutual. The face on the map is the evidence of the mutuality. The forest acknowledging the watcher by producing, in its surface, in its color, in the particular variation of its greens and golds and blue-greens, a face that looks back, a face that says, I know you are up there. I know you have been watching. I know the quality of your attention. And here is my response. The face is on the map. The map is in this envelope. I am sending it to you because the fire season is over, and I am leaving the tower, and the map should go somewhere that understands maps, that contain things that maps do not usually contain. The map is a color map of the Umpqua National Forest as seen from Lookout Tower 14 over the season of 2004. And the color deviations on the map, when viewed from above, form a face. And the face is the forest's. And the forest made it for whoever was watching. That is where Elena's letter ends. I want to describe the face on the map in more detail, because the face is the most striking image in tonight's collection, and the image deserves its rendering. Elena drew the face with colored pencils on a topographic map. The face is composed of color deviations, patches of the forest where the green is not the green it should be, where the color has shifted by a degree or a shade. The shift visible to Elena's trained eye, but invisible to a casual observer. The face being hidden in the ordinary variation of the forest surface, the way a watermark is hidden in the ordinary surface of a piece of paper. The face is large. It covers approximately 6 square miles of forest, the features being composed of patches that range in size from a few acres to several hundred acres, each patch being a section of forest where the color has shifted, the shift creating the contrast that the face requires. The darker patches forming the shadows and the lighter patches forming the highlights, and the overall effect being, when viewed from above on the map, a face. Not a human face, Elena is clear about this. Not the face of a person, not the face of an animal, not the face of anything that has a face in the biological sense. A face in the geological sense. A face in the sense that a cliff has a face. The features being not eyes and nose and mouth, but the broader structures of expression, the quality of attention, the quality of presence, the quality of something that is looking at you, the looking being in the arrangement of the features, rather than in the features themselves. I want to describe the progression of the face over the season, because the progression is the evidence that the face is alive, and the evidence of life deserves its documentation. Early July. Elena begins mapping the color deviations. The first marks on the topographic sheet are scattered, the deviations appearing in different sections of the view, the pattern not yet visible, the individual data points being too few to form a pattern, the way the first stars of the evening are too few to form a constellation. Elena notes them. Elena records them. Elena does not yet see what they will become. Late July, more deviations. The marks on the map becoming denser. Elena begins to see that the marks are not randomly distributed, but are clustering in certain areas. The clusters having a spatial logic. The logic not yet readable, but present. The way you can sense the grammar of a foreign language before you can pass a sentence. Early August. The clusters resolve. The marks on the map, accumulated over 5 weeks of daily recording, have reached a density at which the pattern becomes visible. The pattern emerging from the data the way a photograph emerges from a developing bath. The image appearing not in one piece, but gradually, the edges first, and then the center, the outline first, and then the detail. Elena sees the outline first. The shape on the map is roughly oval, tilted slightly to the northeast, occupying the central section of her view. The oval being approximately 3 miles from top to bottom and 2 miles from side to side. The oval containing the majority of the color deviations. The deviations being denser inside the oval than outside it. The oval being the face. The face being the shape that contains the features. Mid-August. The features appear. Inside the oval, the distribution of deviations is not uniform but structured. The structure producing areas of greater and lesser concentration. The concentrations forming the topography of the face. The darker areas being the depths, and the lighter areas being the heights. The depths and the heights together, producing the three-dimensionality that a face has. The face being not flat, but contoured. The contours being the expression. Late August. The expression. Elena describes the expression as attentive, not happy, not sad, not any of the specific emotions that the human face expresses. Attentive. The face is paying attention. The face is looking. The face is directed at the tower, at the lookout, at the person in the 14 by 14 room who has been looking at the forest every day for 3 seasons. The face is the forest looking back. September. The face changes. The features shift, the concentrations of color deviation moving, the expression changing, the attentiveness becoming something else, something Elena describes as recognition. The face not merely looking but seeing, not merely attending but knowing. The forest recognizing the watcher. The recognition being the thing that the face expresses. The expression changing from attention to recognition, the way a human face changes when the person being looked at is identified. The generic attention of looking becoming the specific attention of seeing someone you know. The face recognized Elena. The forest saw the watcher, and knew the watcher, and expressed the knowing in its surface, in its color, in the particular arrangement of greens and golds and blue-greens that the color journal recorded, and that the map compiled, and that the compilation revealed as a face. A face that was looking at Elena. A face that recognized Elena. A face that was the forest's way of saying, I know you. You have been watching me for 3 seasons. Here's my response. Here's my face. I am showing you who I am because you have shown me who you are. And who you are is the person who looks, and the looking is the relationship, and the relationship has produced the face. The face changed over the season. This is the detail that elevates Elena's account from a curiosity to something more. If the face had been static, if the color deviations had been fixed, the face could have been attributed to soil variation or drainage patterns or any of the environmental factors that produce color variation in a forest. But the face changed. The features moved. The expression shifted. The face was alive. Elena recorded the changes in her color journal, the changes being slow, the features moving over weeks rather than days, the face shifting from one expression to another, the way a landscape shifts from one season to another, gradually. The change being visible only to someone who is looking every day, who is recording every day, who has the accumulated data of daily observation against which to measure the current observation. The face was looking at Elena. The expression, whatever the expression was directed at the tower, at the lookout, at the person in the 14 by 14 foot room at the top of the 60-foot steel tower, who had been looking at the forest every day for 3 seasons. The face was the forest's response to being looked at. The forest showing its face to the person who had been watching it. The showing being the reciprocity being the relationship being the mutual gaze of the watcher and the watched. I see the forest. The forest sees me. The seeing is mutual. And the mutuality, visible on the map in colored pencil on a USGS topographic quadrangle, is the evidence that the seeing is not one-directional, that the attention is not one-directional, that the relationship between the observer and the observed is not the relationship of subject and object, but the relationship of 2 subjects, each one looking at the other, each one seeing the other, each one showing itself to the other. I have the map. It is drawn in colored pencil on a standard USGS topographic quadrangle, the contour lines visible beneath the color sitting on the terrain like a skin on a body, and the skin, viewed from above, from the angle the map provides, shows a face. I have looked at it many times. The face is not human. The face is not anything I have seen before. The face is the forest's. I want to describe Elena's departure from the tower at the end of the season. Because the departure is the ending, and the ending reveals the quality of what was. September. The fire season is over. The risk of lightning-set fires diminishes as the autumn rains begin, the rains being the end of the fire season and the end of Elena's posting, the posting being seasonal, the season ending, the tower closing. Elena packs the color journal, the colored pencils, the topographic map with the face drawn on it in pencil, the personal effects, the books and the clothes, and the particular collection of objects that a person accumulates over 4 months of solitary living in a 14 by 14 room at the top of a 60-foot tower. She packs everything into the bags that will go down the tower and into the truck and away. She stands at the window before she leaves. She looks at the forest one last time, the 360-degree view, the view she has been looking at every day for 4 months, the view that has been looking back. The forest is beginning to change color, the maples turning, the first gold appearing in the green, the season ending, the color shifting, the forest beginning its autumn. The autumn being the forest's way of letting go. Elena lets go too. She closes the windows. She locks the door. She descends the 60 feet of steel ladder, rung by rung. The descent being the reverse of the ascent she made in June. The going down being the ending of the season, the way the going up was the beginning. At the bottom she looks up at the tower, and the tower is empty. The room at the top dark, the windows reflecting the sky. The tower being the instrument, without the observer. The instrument, without the eye. She drives away. The forest recedes in the rearview mirror. The tower becomes small, a vertical line in the horizontal landscape, and then the trees close around the road, and the tower is gone, and the forest is behind her, and the season is over. The face on the map is in her bag, the face that the forest showed her. The face that was the forest's response to being looked at for 3 seasons. The face travels with Elena out of the forest and down the mountain and into the valley and to wherever Elena goes when the fire season is over. And the face is the evidence, and the evidence is the map. And the map is in the archive now, and the archive holds it. The forest is still there. The forest is still changing color. The forest is still producing its face, perhaps, for whoever looks, for whoever sits in the tower and scans the 360 degrees with the quality of attention that fire lookout work produces. Or perhaps the face is only for Elena. Perhaps the face is the forest's specific response to Elena's specific looking. The face being as individual as a reply to a letter. The reply being addressed to the person who wrote the letter. The face being addressed to the person who did the looking. I do not know whether the face is still there. I know it was there in the season of 2004, on the map that Elena drew, in the color deviations that 3 seasons of daily recording revealed. The map is the proof. The proof is in the archive. And the archive holds the face the way the forest held the face. Patiently, carefully. The holding being the keeping being enough. The next file came from further north, from the boreal forest, from the land of 10,000 lakes, except that the land in this file has 10,001. The extra one having appeared without explanation in a landscape that a man had been counting for 30 years. His name is Anders Lindqvist. He is a forester in Swedish Lapland. And his letter begins. I count lakes. This is my work. I count them and I know them. And this year there's one I do not know. I will read you his file now. I count lakes. This is my work, and it is also my nature. The counting and the knowing being the same thing for me. The knowing coming from the counting, the way a reader's knowing comes from the reading. The numbers being my text, the lakes being my pages, the forest being my book. My name is Anders Lindqvist. I am a forester for the county of Norrbotten, which is the northernmost county of Sweden, which is a thing that means something different than it means in any other country. Because northernmost in Sweden means the Arctic, means Lapland, means the land above the tree line and below the tree line and along the tree line. The tree line being not a line but a zone. A gradual transition from forest to tundra, the trees getting shorter and more sparse as you go north. The forest thinning the way hair thins. Each tree more isolated. Each tree more exposed. Each tree more itself. My area of responsibility is 340 square kilometers of forest and lake and marsh. A piece of the boreal landscape that has been in my keeping for 30 years. The keeping consisting of the counting, the trees, the species, the growth rates, the health, the diseases, the damage from storm and insect and moose. And the lakes. 147 lakes, from the large ones that take an hour to walk around, to the small ones that are really ponds, the kind you can throw a stone across, the kind that do not have names on any map, but that I have named myself, in my records, because a lake without a name is a lake without an identity. An identity is what the counting provides. I walk my area every year, the entire area, 340 square kilometers, on foot, over the course of the summer, June to September. The walking being the counting requiring the walking, the two being inseparable, the way reading requires the eyes, the counting requiring the feet covering the ground holding the lakes. In the summer of 2009, I counted 148. I had counted 147 every year for 30 years. The number was fixed. Lakes do not appear. Lakes do not disappear. Lakes are geological features that form over thousands of years by glacial action and that persist for thousands of years until they fill with sediment and become marshes and eventually become ground. The number of lakes in the boreal landscape is, on any human timescale, a constant. 148. The extra lake was in the northeast section of my area, in a part of the forest I know well, a section of old spruce on a low ridge above a marsh. I have walked this section every year for 30 years. I have walked past the place where the lake now is. There was no lake. There was spruce and moss and the particular quality of boreal floor that is neither wet nor dry, but damp. The perpetual damp of the north. The ground holding the moisture the way a sponge holds water, never saturating, never drying. Now there was a lake, small, approximately 12 meters in diameter, perfectly circular, which is unusual for a natural lake. Natural lakes being shaped by the irregularity of the terrain, the shoreline following the contour of the rock and the soil, the shape being a record of the geological history of the place. This lake was circular, a perfect circle of water in the spruce forest on the low ridge. The circle being as precise as a compass could draw it, the shoreline smooth, the curve unbroken. The water was dark, not the brown of a bog lake, not the green of a eutrophic lake, not the clear of a mountain lake. Dark blue, the blue of deep ocean water, the blue that water produces when it is very deep and very clean, and the light enters it and does not come back. The blue of depth, the blue of water that goes down a long way. I measured the depth. I carry a sounding line for this purpose, a weighted rope marked in meters, the weight being a lead weight that I lower into the water and pay out the rope and note the depth when the weight touches bottom. I lowered the weight into the lake. The rope paid out 1 meter, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40. The weight did not touch bottom. I had 40 meters of rope. The lake is 12 meters across. A lake 12 meters across and more than 40 meters deep is not a lake in any hydrological sense I am trained in. The proportions are wrong. A natural lake 12 meters in diameter might be 1 or 2 or at most 3 meters deep. 40 meters deep in a lake 12 meters across is a well, not a lake. A shaft of water punched into the ground, the water filling a hole whose depth exceeds its width by a factor that the boreal landscape does not produce. I want to describe the lake in winter, because the winter is when the lake's impossibility is most visible, and the visibility deserves its moment. Swedish Lapland in December, -22 Celsius. The sun, if it appears at all, appears for a few hours at the southern horizon, the light being low and orange, and casting long shadows across the snow, the shadows being longer than the objects that cast them, the light being so oblique that a tree 3 meters tall casts a shadow 30 meters long, the shadow being the dominant feature of the landscape, the light being the minority, the dark being the majority. Everything is frozen. The ground is frozen to a depth of more than a meter. The trees are frozen, the sap having retreated to the roots, the trunks and the branches being dormant, the forest standing in its winter sleep, the sleep being the survival strategy, the trees reducing their metabolism to near zero and waiting for the light to return. The ordinary lakes are frozen, the ice forming in October and thickening through the winter, the ice reaching a thickness of 1/2 meter or more by December, the ice being thick enough to walk on, to drive a snowmobile on, the ice being the winter road, the frozen lakes being the highways of the boreal winter. Anders's lake is not frozen. In a world of ice, in a landscape where everything that can freeze has frozen, the circular lake on the low ridge is open water. The dark blue surface sits in its circle of snow-covered ground, unfrozen, uncovered. The water exposed to an air temperature of -22 and not freezing. The water maintaining a temperature above zero by some mechanism that Anders cannot identify, and that the laws of thermodynamics, as Anders understands them, do not support. The warmth. Anders knelt at the edge of the lake in December and felt the warmth on his face. Not heat, warmth. The particular warmth of water that is above freezing in an environment that is far below it. The warmth radiating from the surface, the way warmth radiates from a cup of tea. The radiation being gentle, the gentle warmth being the most impossible thing about the lake. More impossible than the depth and the circularity and the animal tracks. Because the warmth requires energy, and energy requires a source. And the source is not the sun, because the sun at this latitude in December provides almost no energy. And the source is not the geothermal gradient, because the geothermal gradient in this part of Sweden is well mapped and does not produce surface warming. And the source is therefore unknown, the unknown being the lake's quality, the quality being the warmth being the invitation. Because the warmth is an invitation, the animals feel it. The animals, navigating the frozen landscape, following their routes through the ice and the snow, detect the warmth the way all animals detect warmth in a cold environment, as an anomaly, as a signal, as the particular information that means, here is a place that is not frozen, here is a place that is different. Here is a place that is offering something the rest of the landscape is not. The animals come to the warmth. They come from every direction. They enter the water. They do not return. The warmth is the invitation, and the water is the door. And the passage goes down, below the 40 meters, below the sounding line, below the frozen ground, to wherever the warmth comes from, to whatever lies at the bottom of a shaft of warm dark blue water in the middle of a frozen forest in the Arctic. Anders stands at the edge, in the orange light of the December afternoon, the light casting his shadow 30 meters across the snow. The shadow reaching the edge of the lake, the shadow touching the water. The water is dark blue. The water is warm. The water does not freeze. And Anders does not follow. Anders counts. The counting is his practice. The practice is his relationship. The relationship is enough. The water did not freeze. I returned to the lake in December when the temperature was -22 and every other lake in my area was frozen solid. The ice on the larger lakes thick enough to drive a car across. The circular lake was open water. No ice. The surface calm, undisturbed. The dark blue water sitting in its circle of snow-covered ground. The water radiating a faint warmth that I could feel on my face when I knelt at the edge. The warmth being real. The warmth being measurable. The warmth being wrong. The animal tracks. I noticed them on my second visit, in the autumn. Tracks in the soft ground at the edge of the lake. The tracks of the animals that populate my section of the forest. Moose, reindeer, fox, hare, wolverine. The full senses of the boreal fauna represented in the mud at the water's edge. The tracks all led to the water. The tracks all entered the water. None of the tracks led away from the water. I want to be precise about this, because the precision is what makes it strange, rather than merely interesting. Animal tracks at the water source are ordinary. Animals come to water. Animals drink. Animals leave tracks. The ordinary pattern is tracks approaching the water, tracks at the water's edge where the animal stood and drank, and tracks leading away. The approach and the departure, the coming and the going. At this lake, there was only the coming. The tracks came from the forest on all sides, from every direction. The animals approaching the lake from the north and the south and the east and the west, converging on the circle of dark blue water, entering the water and not leaving. The animals are not in the lake. I have not found a single body, a single bone, a single feather. The water is clear and deep and dark and empty. The animals enter and they go somewhere, and the somewhere is not the lake. The somewhere is through the lake. The lake being not a destination, but a passage, a door in the floor of the forest that leads to whatever is below. The 40 meters of dark blue water that my sounding line could not reach. I return to the lake every year. The lake is slightly larger each time. Not dramatically, not rapidly. The diameter has grown from 12 meters to approximately 14 meters in the 10 years since I first found it. The circle is still perfect. The water is still dark blue. The depth is still beyond my 40-meter line. The water still does not freeze. The tracks still lead in and not out. The depth. I want to dwell on the depth because the depth is the most impossible dimension of Anders' impossible lake. And the impossibility deserves its full weight. 40 meters of sounding line. Anders lowered 40 meters of weighted rope into a lake that is 12 meters across, and the weight did not touch bottom. The rope paid out meter after meter, the weight descending through the dark blue water, the rope going down and down and down, and the down did not end. A lake 12 meters across and more than 40 meters deep is not a lake. The proportions are wrong in a way that is not merely unusual, but structurally impossible, the depth exceeding the width by a factor that no natural lake-forming process produces. Natural lakes are formed by glacial action, by the scouring of a glacier's base across the bedrock, and the scouring produces a basin, and basins are wider than they are deep, the width-to-depth ratio being typically between 10:1 and 50:1. A lake that is 12 meters across being, by natural processes, 1 meter deep at most, perhaps 2. The depth being determined by the width, the way the depth of a plate is determined by the width of the plate. Anders' lake has a width-to-depth ratio of less than 1:3. The lake is at least 3.5 times deeper than it is wide. The lake is not a basin. The lake is a shaft. A vertical column of dark blue water punched into the floor of a boreal forest in Swedish Lapland, appearing where no lake was before, appearing with the geometric perfection of a circle drawn by a compass, the circle being the surface expression of the shaft going down into the earth to a depth that 40 meters of sounding line could not reach. What is at the bottom? Anders does not know. Anders does not speculate. Anders is a forester, a counter, a man who measures what can be measured and records what can be recorded, and does not pretend to know what he does not know. The bottom of the lake is beyond his sounding line, which means the bottom is beyond his knowledge. And the beyond is the honest statement, the statement of the limit, the statement that says, I measured as far as my instrument reaches, and the measurement did not reach the bottom. The water does not freeze. In a climate where everything freezes, where the temperature drops to -30 and stays there for months, where the ice on the ordinary lakes is thick enough to drive a snowmobile across, Anders' lake remains open. The dark blue surface unfrozen, the water holding a temperature that is above freezing in an environment that is far below it. The lake maintaining its own climate, its own rules. The rules being not the rules of the boreal winter, but the rules of whatever the lake is, whatever produced it, whatever lies at the bottom that the sounding line cannot reach. The animal tracks, the tracks that lead to the water and not away from it. The tracks of every species in the boreal fauna, moose and reindeer and fox and hare and wolverine, all of them walking to the lake and none of them walking back. All of them entering the water and none of them emerging. The tracks being the evidence of a one-way passage. The passage leading into the lake and through the lake to wherever the lake goes. The wherever being below the 40 meters, below the sounding line, below the floor of the forest, below the knowledge of the forester who counts. Anders does not follow. This is the detail I find most human in his account. The decision not to follow, not to enter the water, not to attempt the passage, that the animals attempt. The forester counts. The forester records. The forester does not enter the thing he is counting. The boundary between the observer and the observed is maintained. The boundary being the bank of the lake. The boundary being the difference between the dry ground where the forester stands and the dark blue water where the animals go. The boundary being respected because the boundary is real and because crossing it would change the forester from an observer into a participant, and the participation might not be reversible. And the irreversibility is the thing that keeps Anders on the bank, counting, recording, the counting being the keeping being enough. I have not reported the lake to the county. The county will send hydrologists, and the hydrologists will measure, and the measuring will produce data, and the data will produce questions, and the questions will produce an investigation, and the investigation will disturb the lake. And I do not want the lake disturbed. The lake appeared in my forest for a reason I do not know, and the animals come to the lake for a reason I do not know. And the not knowing is a form of respect, and the respect is what the lake deserves, and the deserving is what I have decided as the forester responsible for this section to honor. The animals. I want to describe the animals at the lake because the animals are the most mysterious element of Anders's account, and the mystery deserves its full weight. The boreal fauna. Moose, reindeer, fox, hare, wolverine. The large mammals and the small mammals and the mid-sized mammals of the Swedish Arctic. The animals that have been living in this forest since the ice retreated and the trees returned, and the ecosystem re-established itself in the post-glacial landscape. These animals know the forest. These animals have been navigating this landscape for 10,000 years. Their roots and their territories and their knowledge of water sources and feeding grounds and shelter passed from generation to generation. The knowledge being in the body, the way Howard's knowledge of the trail is in the body, the feet knowing where to go before the mind decides. These animals come to Anders's lake. They come from every direction, from every part of the forest, converging on the circle of dark blue water on the low ridge. The convergence being visible in the tracks coming from the north and the south and the east and the west. Each set of tracks belonging to a different animal. Each animal having made its own decision to walk to the lake. Each decision being independent. The convergence being the result of many independent decisions, pointing to the same destination. The tracks enter the water and do not emerge. I want to dwell on this because the not emerging is the thing that distinguishes Anders's lake from every other water source in the boreal forest. At every other lake, every other stream, every other pond, the animals come and they drink and they leave. The tracks go in and the tracks come out. The symmetry of approach and departure is the symmetry of every ordinary encounter with water. The encounter being temporary, the water being a resource, the resource being used, and the user departing. At Anders's lake, the symmetry is broken. The tracks go in. The tracks do not come out. The encounter is not temporary. The water is not a resource to be used and departed from. The water is a passage, a door, a threshold. The animals enter the threshold and they do not return. And yet the animals are not in the lake. The water is clear enough to see into, at least in the upper meters. And the upper meters contain no bodies, no bones, no fur, no evidence of animals having entered and died. The animals enter and they are gone, not dead in the water, but gone from the water. The going being complete, the animals having passed through the water to wherever the water goes, the wherever being below the 40 meters, below the sounding line, below the forest, below the ground. Anders does not follow. Anders stands on the bank and counts the tracks and notes the species and records the direction of approach and measures the diameter of the lake, which is growing. And the diameter is larger each year, and the growing means the passage is widening. The door is opening further. The threshold is expanding. The forest offering more of its ground to whatever the lake is. The lake taking more of the forest. The taking being not destruction, but transformation. The forest floor becoming water. The water becoming passage. The passage going down. I think about the animals walking to the lake, not fleeing, not panicked, not driven, walking. The tracks show the gait of walking, the regular spacing of an animal that is moving at its ordinary pace, not running, not hurrying, the walking being deliberate, the deliberation being the choice. The animals choosing to walk to the lake, choosing to enter the water, choosing the passage. The choosing being the thing that makes the account strange rather than tragic. The animals not being taken, but going. The going being voluntary. The going being the animal's decision. The decision being made by each animal independently. Each one walking to the lake on its own. Each one entering the water on its own. Each one going wherever the water goes, on its own. The lake is growing, 12 meters to 14 meters in 10 years. The passage is widening. The animals continue to come. And Anders continues to count, standing on the bank, notebook in hand, counting the tracks that go in and do not come out. Counting the species, counting the growth. The counting being his practice. The practice being his relationship to the lake. The relationship being the watching. The watching being the keeping. The keeping being enough. 148 lakes. One of them new. One of them impossible. One of them growing. One of them a passage to somewhere my sounding line cannot reach and my understanding cannot follow. I count it with the others. It is on my list. It has a name, which I will not give because the name is between me and the lake, the way some names are between two people and are not for anyone else. The name. Anders gave the lake a name and will not share the name being between him and the lake, the name being private, the name being the most intimate element of the relationship between the forester and the thing he counts. Naming is the first act of relationship. To name a thing is to acknowledge the thing as an individual, to separate it from the category it belongs to say, You are not merely a lake, you are this lake. You are the lake I have named. The name being the bridge between the counter and the counted. The name being the thing that transforms data into relationship. Anders has named all 147 of his original lakes. The names are in his records, each lake having a name that Anders chose based on some quality of the lake, the shape or the color, or the fish it holds, or the tree that grows on its shore. The name being the lake's identity in Anders' system. The identity being the way Anders knows the lake and refers to the lake, and thinks about the lake when he is not at the lake. The 148th lake has a name too, a name that Anders chose and that Anders keeps private. The privacy is significant because it tells us about the quality of Anders' relationship to this lake, the relationship being different from his relationship to the other 147. The difference being the lake's impossibility, the impossibility making the relationship more intimate rather than more distant. The intimacy being the response to the strangeness producing not fear, but closeness. Anders kneels at the edge of his lake. He measures the diameter. He notes the color. He counts the tracks. He does for this lake what he does for all his lakes, the counting being the practice being the relationship. But this lake he also names, and the name he keeps, and the keeping is the privacy, and the privacy is the intimacy, and the intimacy is the thing that the archive cannot hold, the thing that Anders keeps for himself, the thing between the forester and the lake that goes down further than the sounding line. That is where Anders' letter ends. The next file came from England, from a gentler landscape, from a woman who spent 25 years counting birds in a nature reserve, and who discovered that the birds were counting something too. Or rather, that the birds were acknowledging something, falling silent at a precise moment each day, the moment shifting by exactly 4 minutes, the shift corresponding not to the solar clock, but to the sidereal clock, the clock of the stars, the clock that measures the Earth's rotation against the distant galaxies rather than against the nearby sun. Her name is Ruth Whitfield, and her letter begins, "I have been counting birds for 25 years, and the birds have taught me to count silence." I will read you her file now. "I have been counting birds for 25 years, and the birds have taught me to count silence. My name is Ruth Whitfield. I am a volunteer ornithological surveyor for the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, which means I go to the same nature reserve every week, and I count the birds, and I record their songs, and I submit the data to the society, and the data becomes part of the long-term record of the bird populations of this country. I have been doing this since 1986, and I will continue until I cannot walk to the reserve, which will be when my legs stop working, which will be when I die, because I intend to walk until the walking stops." The reserve is in Devonshire, in the southwest of England, in the gentle green landscape that Devonshire provides, the hills and the hedgerows and the streams, and the particular quality of light that the southwest has, the light coming through the moisture that the Atlantic provides, the moisture softening the light being not sharp but diffused, the landscape being not hard-edged but soft, the whole of it having the quality of a watercolor rather than an oil painting. I count 47 species. This is the number that the reserve holds, the number that my 25 years of counting have established as the resident population, the number varying slightly from year to year as species expand or contract their ranges, but remaining on the whole stable, the stability being the evidence that the reserve is healthy, the health being measured by the counting being the measure and the evidence simultaneously. I also count the songs. Not individually, not every note of every song, the aggregate, the chorus. The particular quality of sound that 47 species of bird produce when they are all singing simultaneously. The morning chorus being the fullest and the richest, the chorus building from the first singers at dawn through the addition of species in the order that the light triggers them. The robin first, then the blackbird, then the wren, then the chaffinch, each species entering the chorus at its appointed time, the times being determined by the light level changing with the season, the chorus shifting forward and backward through the year, earlier in summer and later in winter. I know this chorus the way a conductor knows an orchestra. I know when each section enters. I know the particular quality of each species' contribution. I know the silences between the songs, the brief pauses that the individual birds leave between their phrases, the pauses being as much a part of the chorus as the singing, the silence and the sound alternating in a pattern that is not composed, but that has the quality of composition, the quality of arrangement, the quality of something that has been put together by an intelligence that understands how sound and silence work together. In the 7th year of my counting, I noticed the silence, not the silences, not the brief pauses between phrases that are part of the ordinary chorus. The silence, a single moment occurring once a day at a specific time, during which every bird in the reserve stopped singing simultaneously. The silence lasted between 30 and 90 seconds. It was not a gradual diminishing, not a trailing off. It was a cessation. One moment, the chorus was at full volume, 47 species singing. The next moment, silence. Complete silence. Not a single bird singing, not a single bird calling, not a single wing moving. The reserve, which is never silent, which has birds in it every hour of every day of every year, was silent. 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds. And then the chorus resumed, not gradually but all at once. The way it had stopped, every species starting simultaneously, the chorus returning to full volume in the space of a breath. I timed the silence. I noted the time at which it occurred each day. I compiled the times over weeks and months. The silence occurred at the same time each day, plus or minus approximately 30 seconds. But the time shifted. Each day the silence occurred approximately 4 minutes earlier than the previous day. 4 minutes. The shift accumulating over weeks. The time of the silence moving backward through the day. The morning silence becoming a pre-dawn silence, becoming a nighttime silence, becoming an evening silence. The cycle completing itself in approximately 365 days and beginning again. 4 minutes per day. This is the sidereal drift. The difference between the solar day and the sidereal day. The Earth rotates once in 23 hours and 56 minutes relative to the stars, but once in 24 hours relative to the Sun. The 4-minute difference being the consequence of the Earth's orbit around the Sun. The orbit adding 4 minutes to each day as measured by the Sun, but not adding them as measured by the stars. The sidereal day is 4 minutes shorter than the solar day. The stars rise 4 minutes earlier each day. And the silence, the bird's silence, shifted by 4 minutes each day. The birds falling silent on the sidereal clock rather than the solar clock. The birds were keeping stellar time, not solar time, not the time of the sun that determines their dawn chorus and their dusk chorus and their daily rhythm. A different time, the time of the stars, the time of the distant galaxies, the time that the Earth keeps relative to the universe rather than relative to its own sun. I do not know why. I do not know what happens at the sidereal moment that makes the birds fall silent. I do not know what passes over the reserve in that 30 to 90 seconds of silence, what crosses the sky that the birds acknowledge and that I cannot see or hear or measure. I know only that the birds know it. The birds, whose senses are different from mine, whose eyes see ultraviolet, and whose ears hear frequencies I cannot hear, and whose bodies contain magnetite that orients them to the Earth's magnetic field. The birds know that something happens at a specific sidereal moment each day, and the something requires silence, and the silence is the bird's response. I want to describe the reserve, because the reserve is the place where the silence happens, and the place determines the quality of the silence. The reserve is small, approximately 200 acres, which is less than a square mile, a pocket of managed habitat in the gentle green landscape of Devonshire. The pocket containing hedgerows and meadows and a stream and a small wood and the particular quality of English countryside that has been managed, not wild managed, but people managed for centuries. The hedgerows being planted and maintained, the meadows being mowed and grazed, the wood being coppiced and thinned, the management being the partnership between the land and the people who live on it, the partnership producing the landscape that the birds inhabit. 47 species, not a large number by tropical standards, where a single hectare of forest might hold 100 species. But a complete number, a number that represents the full community of birds that the English lowland countryside supports, each species occupying its niche, each niche being specific, each specific niche being the product of the particular arrangement of habitat that the reserve provides. The hedgerow species, and the meadow species, and the woodland species, and the stream species, each one in its place, each place being the product of centuries of management. Ruth knows all 47. She knows their songs, their calls, their flight patterns, their nesting preferences, their migration schedules, their particular behaviors in different seasons and different weather. She knows the robin that sings from the top of the hedgerow at dawn, and the blackbird that sings from the lower branches, and the wren that sings from inside the hedge, and the chaffinch that sings from the wood. She knows where each species sings, and when each species sings, and what each species sounds like when it sings. The knowing being the product of 25 years of weekly visits, 25 years of counting, 25 years of the particular attention that the passionate amateur brings to the things she loves. The silence happens in this known place. The silence happens in the middle of the familiar chorus. The chorus that Ruth knows as well as she knows her own voice. The chorus that she could reproduce in her mind if the birds were taken away. the chorus being so well known that any deviation, any change, any interruption is immediately apparent. The way a wrong note in a familiar song is immediately apparent to someone who has been singing the song for 25 years. The silence is the ultimate deviation. The silence is every bird stopping simultaneously, every song ceasing, every call cut off, the chorus going from full to zero in the space of a heartbeat, the transition being not a fade out, but a cut, the sound being there and then not being there, the presence becoming absence, the full becoming empty, and in the empty, in the 30 to 90 seconds of total avian silence, Ruth stands and feels the reserve change. The quality of the space changes, the light changes or seems to change, the air changes or seems to change. The reserve, which is a small pocket of managed English countryside, becomes, for the duration of the silence, part of something larger, the something being whatever the birds are falling silent for, the something being the thing that passes at the sidereal moment, the thing that the birds acknowledge with their silence. Ruth does not know what it is. The birds know. And the birds' knowing is expressed, not in song but in the cessation of song, the cessation being the highest form of acknowledgement, the highest form of respect, the highest form of attention. The silence saying, something is here that is larger than our singing, something that requires our quiet, something that we honor by stopping. 312 times. The birds have honored it 312 times in 18 years. And each time, after the silence, the birds sing again, and the singing is the return, and the return is the ordinary, and the ordinary, after the silence, is extraordinary. The singing being more beautiful for having stopped, the beauty being the contrast depending on the silence depending on whatever passes, and the whatever continuing to pass every day at the sidereal moment, 4 minutes earlier each day, the cycle continuing, the silence continuing, the singing continuing, the reserve being the place where the silence and the singing meet. In the silence, the reserve changes. I want to describe this carefully because the description is the most subjective part of my account, and I am aware of the subjectivity. In the silence, when every bird stops singing and every wing stops moving, and the reserve is held in a stillness that is not the stillness of a pause, but the stillness of an attention, the reserve feels different. The light feels different. The air feels different. The quality of the space, the particular way the space holds me and the trees and the birds and the water and the hedgerows changes, becomes larger, becomes part of something larger. The reserve, which is a small nature reserve in Devonshire, becomes for 30 to 90 seconds a small part of something vast. A patch of the Earth's surface that is, in that moment, aligned with whatever the sidereal clock is measuring, whatever the stars are timing, whatever the birds are acknowledging with their silence. And then the birds sing, and the singing fills the reserve. And the reserve is a reserve again, small, green, particular, The 47 species in their positions on their branches, doing what they do. Sing the songs they sing. The chorus resuming as though the silence had not happened. As though the 30 to 90 seconds of alignment had been a breath, held and released. The releasing being the singing being the return being the ordinary being extraordinary enough. I want to explain the sidereal drift more fully, because the drift is a mechanism, and the mechanism is what makes Ruth's account more than an observation of bird behavior. The Earth rotates, one rotation per day. But one rotation per day depends on what you measure the rotation against. If you measure against the sun, one rotation takes 24 hours. If you measure against the stars, one rotation takes 23 hours and 56 minutes. The 4-minute difference is because the Earth is orbiting the sun while it rotates. The orbit adding a small amount of angular displacement each day. The displacement meaning that the sun appears to move slightly eastward against the background of the stars. The sun returning to the same position in the sky 4 minutes later each day relative to the stars. This means that the stars rise 4 minutes earlier each day. A star that rises at 9 in the evening tonight will rise at 8:56 tomorrow night and 8:52 the night after that. Over the course of a year, the star cycles through all 24 hours, rising at every hour of the day and night before returning to its original position. The cycle completing in 365.25 days. Ruth's birds fall silent on this cycle. The moment of silence shifts by 4 minutes each day, earlier each day. The shift tracking the sidereal clock rather than the solar clock. The birds measuring their day not by the sun, but by the stars. Not by the light, but by the position of the Earth relative to the distant galaxies. Why would birds measure by the stars? Birds navigate by the stars. This is well established. Migratory birds have been shown to orient themselves using stellar patterns. The birds having an internal map of the sky that tells them which direction is north and which is south. But Ruth's birds are not migrating. Ruth's birds are resident, staying in the same reserve year-round, not needing to navigate. The sidereal silence is not about navigation. The sidereal silence is about something else, something that happens at a specific orientation of the Earth relative to the stars, something that passes over or through the reserve at that specific orientation, something that the birds detect and respond to with silence. Ruth describes the silence as an offering. The birds give their silence to whatever is passing. The silence being the bird's response to something that deserves quiet. The way a congregation gives its silence to a prayer. The silence being active rather than passive. The silence being the thing the birds do when the thing that is passing requires their attention. And their attention is expressed not in song, but in the cessation of song. 312 documented occurrences over 18 years. The drift consistent, 4 minutes per day, every day, without exception. The birds keeping time with the stars, with a precision that exceeds any human clock. The precision being the precision of the universe itself, the universe turning, the Earth turning inside the universe. The birds on the Earth falling silent at the moment when the turning brings them into alignment with whatever they are falling silent for. I do not know what passes. Ruth does not know. The birds know. And the birds are not telling. The birds are doing the opposite of telling. The birds are being silent. And the silence is the telling. And the telling is the silence. And the silence lasts 30 to 90 seconds. And then the birds sing. And the singing is the resumption. And the resumption is the ordinary. And the ordinary is extraordinary enough. I have been counting this silence for 18 years. I have recorded 312 occurrences. The drift is consistent. 4 minutes per day, 365.25 days per cycle. The cycle repeating exactly. The birds keeping time with a precision that no clock I own can match. The precision being the precision of the stars. The precision of the universe. The precision that has been keeping time since the universe began to keep time. And that will continue after every clock has stopped. I want to describe the birds themselves, because the birds are the choir that produces the silence. And the choir deserves to be known. 47 species, each one with its own song, its own call, its own particular way of contributing to the acoustic environment of the reserve. Ruth knows them all, the way a conductor knows the instruments of the orchestra. Each one identified by its sound before it is identified by its appearance. The sound being the primary data, the appearance being the confirmation. The robin. The robin sings first, before dawn, when the sky is still dark and the reserve is still quiet. The robin's song is a clear, rich sequence of phrases, each phrase different from the last, the song being improvised rather than fixed. The robin composing its song in real time, the composition being the robin's particular genius, the genius being the ability to produce, from a vocabulary of perhaps 200 different notes, an infinite variety of phrases, no two songs the same, each song being the robin's response to the particular morning it is singing in. The blackbird. The blackbird sings next, its song being more melodic than the robin's, more structured, the phrases longer and more developed. The blackbird being the artist of the dawn chorus, the voice that gives the chorus its emotional quality, the quality being melancholy and beautiful simultaneously, the way the best music is both sad and lovely at the same time. The wren. The wren sings from inside the hedge, the song being disproportionately loud for the bird's size, the wren being one of the smallest birds in the reserve, and producing one of the loudest songs, the volume being the wren's strategy for being noticed in a chorus dominated by larger birds. The strategy working, the wren's song cutting through the other songs with a piercing trill that the ear catches even in the midst of the full chorus. The chaffinch, the song thrush, the grey-tit, the blue-tit, the goatfinch, the skylark. One by one they enter the chorus, each species at its appointed time, the times being determined by the light level, the light triggering the singing building from the first robin to the full 47, the building taking approximately 30 minutes, the 30 minutes being the overture leading to the full performance. The full performance being the morning chorus at its height. All 47 species singing simultaneously. The sound filling the reserve the way light fills a room. And then, at the sidereal moment, the sound stops. All 47 species simultaneously. The robin stops. The blackbird stops. The wren stops. The chaffinch stops. The song thrush and the grey-tit and the blue-tit and the goldfinch and the skylark. All of them, every one, stop. The stopping is instantaneous, not a trailing off, not a fade, a cut. One moment the chorus is at full volume, 47 voices in the air, the sound rich and complex and layered, the sound being the reserve's voice, the reserve's way of being alive. The next moment, silence, total silence. Not one bird singing, not one bird calling, not one wing moving. The reserve, which is never silent, which always has birds in it, is silent. Ruth stands in this silence. Ruth, who has been counting the birds and recording their songs for 25 years, stands in the silence that the birds produce by not singing. And the silence is louder than the singing. The silence being not the absence of the chorus, but the presence of the thing the chorus yields to. The thing that passes at the Siderian moment. The thing that the 47 species acknowledge with their simultaneous cessation. 30 to 90 seconds. The silence lasts. The reserve is held. The birds are held. Ruth is held. Everything in the reserve is held in the silence, the way everything in Jacob's village was held in the 8 seconds after the anvil's note. The holding being the word acknowledging the passing of something, the something being unnamed and unknown and acknowledged. And then the birds sing, all 47, simultaneously. The robin and the blackbird and the wren and the chaffinch and all the rest. All of them beginning at once, the chorus resuming at full volume, the sound returning to the reserve, the way water returns to a pool after a stone has been dropped in it. The surface disturbed and then restored, the chorus disturbed and then restored. The silence having been and having passed, and the singing being the word's way of saying, the passing is past. The ordinary resumes. The extraordinary has been acknowledged. The singing continues. The birds know when to be silent. They know when something is passing. They know that the passing requires their silence, the way an audience knows that the passing of a solemn procession requires their silence. The silence being not an absence but an offering, the offering of quiet, the offering of attention, the offering of the particular respect that silence gives to the thing that is larger than sound. That is where Ruth's letter ends. The silence continues. Every day, at the sidereal moment, the birds of the reserve fall silent, and the silence lasts, and the reserve becomes part of whatever the stars are measuring. And then the birds sing, and the singing is the return, and the return is the beginning of the next cycle, and the cycle is the oldest cycle, and the counting continues. There is one more file on this side of the night. It sits at the edge of the desk, and it has a marking on the outside that says Alaska. And the marking is in a hand I recognize as the hand of a man who has written many reports, and whose reports have been filed and archived and referenced, and whose hand on this particular file is not the hand of the official report, but the hand of the unofficial one, the hand of the personal account that the official system rejected. His name is Thomas Akuliak. He is a ranger and a wildlife biologist on the coast of Alaska. And his file begins, "I count bears. The bears count me. Our data agrees." I will read his file next.
I count bears. The bears count me. Our data agrees. My name is Thomas Akuliak. I am a wildlife biologist and ranger at a national park on the coast of Alaska. And my primary responsibility for the past 20 years has been the annual census of the brown bear population on the Naknek River during the Sockeye Salmon Run. The census is conducted visually. I sit at an observation point above the river and I count the bears as they fish, recording each individual by the identifying marks that make each bear distinguishable from every other bear. The scars and the ear notches, and the particular size and shape and color that allow a trained observer to tell bear number 37 from bear number 38, the way a teacher tells one student from another, by the accumulation of specific details that makes each individual unique. I have been counting for 20 years. I know the bears. I know them the way Howard knows his trail, by long familiarity, by the body's recognition that precedes the mind's identification. The bear appearing at the river, and my eyes knowing which bear it is before my conscious mind has processed the scars and the notches and the size. I know Matriarch, the oldest female in the population, whom I named in my second year and who has been fishing the same pool for the entire duration of my study, 20 years. The bear and the biologist growing old together on opposite sides of the river, the counting continuing, the count accumulating, the data building. Matriarch is the subject of this report, not because she is the most interesting bear in the population, biologically speaking, because she is the bear who taught me what the counting means. I observed the behavior in my 6th year. I was at my observation point, which is a bluff above the river approximately 80 meters from the fishing pool, where Matriarch typically stations herself. The distance being close enough to observe through binoculars, but far enough to avoid disturbing the bears. The distance being the professional distance. The distance that allows data collection without interference. The observer observing without being part of the observation. Except that I am part of the observation. This is what the 6th year taught me. On a Tuesday morning in July, I arrived at the bluff at 0600, which is my standard arrival time. The bears already at the river, the fishing already underway, the salmon running in their millions, the river silver with them, the bears standing in the current with the patience of animals who have done this every summer of their lives. The patience of the bears being one of the things I have come to admire most in 20 years of watching. The patience being the quality that the bears bring to their work, the way I bring my training to mine. I set up my scope. I opened my notebook. I looked at the river. Matriarch was in her usual pool, the deep pool below the second riffle, the pool where the salmon stack up before the final push upstream, the pool that Matriarch has claimed for 20 years against all comers, the pool being her property by the particular law of a river that says, the strongest fisher gets the best pool, and Matriarch is the strongest fisher, and the pool is hers. She was looking at me.
Bears look at things. This is not remarkable. Bears are aware of their environment, and they look at the things in their environment. And the looking is part of the awareness, and the awareness is part of being a bear. Bears look at people. Bears in a national park, where hunting is prohibited and people are common, are habituated to human presence and look at humans the way they look at trees and rocks and other features of the landscape, with the brief assessment of something that is there, but that is not food and not a threat and not particularly interesting. Matriarch was not looking at me in this way. Matriarch was looking at me with a quality of attention that I recognized because it was the same quality of attention I was directing at her. The biologist's attention, the counter's attention, the specific, sustained, measuring attention of an observer who is recording data about the thing being observed. She looked at me for 47 seconds. I know because I timed it. Not deliberately, not because I anticipated the significance, because timing is what I do. I time everything. The duration of a fishing bout, the interval between catches, the time a bear spends at the river before departing. I time by habit, the way a musician counts by habit, the counting being automatic, the timing being part of the observation. And when Matriarch looked at me, I timed the looking, 47 seconds. And I noted it in my notebook, the way I note everything. And I moved on. The next morning I arrived at the bluff at 0600 and sat up and looked at the river, and Matriarch was in her pool. And I watched her, and I timed my observation at 47 seconds, deliberately, matching the previous day's duration, curious about whether she would respond. She turned her head and looked at me. I started my watch. She held the look. 47 seconds. She turned back to the river. I want to be precise about what happened next, because the precision is the data, and the data is the account. Over the following week, I varied my observation time. I watched Matriarch for 20 seconds one morning. The next morning, she watched me for 20 seconds. I watched for 90 seconds. She watched for 90 seconds. I watched for 12 seconds. She watched for 12 seconds. I watched for 140 seconds. She watched for 140 seconds. The match was exact, not approximate, not within a margin. Exact. Second for second, my observation time on day n, equaling her observation time on day n+1. The pair returning to me. On the following day, the exact duration of attention I had given her the day before. I tested this for 3 seasons. I varied the time randomly, using a random number generator to determine how long I would observe on each day. The randomization eliminating any pattern that the bear might be responding to, any regularity that might explain the matching as a coincidence of rhythm. The times ranged from 5 seconds to 300 seconds. 5 seconds of observation produced 5 seconds of return observation the following day. 300 seconds produced 300 seconds. The match held. I want to describe what counting means in this context, because counting is the thing that both the biologist and the bear do, and the meaning of the counting is the meaning of the account. Counting is the most basic form of knowing. To count is to attend to individual things and to note their separateness. To say, this is one and this is another. and together they are two. Counting is the foundation of all science, the foundation of all record keeping, the foundation of the census that Thomas conducts. The census being a count, the count being the knowledge being there are this many bears on this river in this year. Thomas counts bears. He sits on his bluff and he watches the river, and he identifies the individuals by their scars and their size and their behavior, and he records each one in his notebook, the recording being the counting being the knowing being the data being the purpose of the census. But counting is also the most basic form of attention. To count is to look at each individual thing long enough to distinguish it from every other thing. To count is to give each thing a moment of specific attention. The moment in which the thing is seen and identified and noted. The moment in which the thing becomes an individual rather than a member of a group. Matriarch counts Thomas. Matriarch looks at Thomas for the exact duration that Thomas looked at her. This means Matriarch is giving Thomas the exact quantity of specific attention that Thomas gave her. The counting is the attention. The attention is the counting. And the equality of the counting, second for second, is the equality of the attention. The bear giving the biologist exactly what the biologist gave the bear. The giving being exact, the exactness being the precision being the message. The message is, I see you the way you see me. I give you the attention you give me. I count your seconds the way you count mine. We are equal in this, the biologist and the bear, each one attending to the other with the same precision, the same duration, the same quality of looking. This is what the Park Service rejected. Not the data, the implication. The implication that the observation is mutual, that the census is bilateral, that the counting goes both ways. The implication that the bear is a subject and not an object, that the bear is an observer and not merely the observed, that the bear has her own data and her own notebook, the notebook being her memory and the data being her attention, and the attention being exact. 270 matches. 270 days on which the biologist counted the bear's seconds, and the bear counted the biologist's seconds, and the two counts agreed. The agreement is the data. The data is the relationship. The relationship is the thing the Park Service has no column for. 3 seasons, approximately 270 observations. 270 matches, not one discrepancy. The bear returned, with 1 day's delay, the exact duration of attention I had given her, second for second. The measuring being mutual, the counting being mutual, the observation being not one-directional, but two-directional. The biologist counting the bear and the bear counting the biologist, and the data agreeing. I want to describe Matriarch, because Matriarch is the bear who taught Thomas what counting means, and the teaching bear deserves to be known. Matriarch is a brown bear, a grizzly, a female approximately 25 years old at the time of Thomas's report, which makes her one of the oldest bears in the population and one of the most dominant. She has fished the same pool on the Naknek River for the entire duration of Thomas's study, the pool being hers by right of dominance, the dominance being not aggression, but presence, the quality of being there, the quality of having been there longer than any other bear, the quality that in bear society, as in many societies, confers authority. She is large. Not the largest bear on the river, the males are larger, but large for a female. Approximately 450 kilograms in late summer, when the salmon run has filled her, and when the fat that will sustain her through the winter hibernation has accumulated under her skin and in her body cavity. The fat being her fuel, her reserves, her answer to the 7 months of sleep that the Alaskan winter requires. She has scars. A long scar on her right shoulder from a mating encounter or a territorial dispute. The scar being white against the brown fur, the white being the mark by which Thomas first identified her. The mark that made her an individual in his senses rather than a number. The mark that gave her a name. Matriarch. The name being Thomas's. The naming being Thomas's act of recognition. The recognition being the beginning of the relationship that would, over 20 years, become the reciprocal counting. She has raised approximately 15 cubs over the course of Thomas's study, the cubs being born in the den during hibernation and emerging in the spring with their mother and learning to fish at her pool. The pool being the school, the mother being the teacher, the fishing being the curriculum. Thomas has watched these cubs grow from small brown bundles of fur at their mother's side to independent bears with their own pools and their own scars and their own places in the senses. He has watched matriarch teach them. He has watched the teaching, which is patient and specific, the mother demonstrating the fishing technique and the cubs imitating. The imitation being clumsy at first, and then less clumsy, and then competent, and then skilled. The skill passing from mother to cub, in the same way that skill passes in all teaching, by example, by proximity, by the particular quality of attention that the teacher gives to a student. Thomas has been giving matriarch the same quality of attention. 20 years of watching. 20 years of noting her position and her condition and her behavior and the number and the age of her cubs. 20 years of the biologist's attention, the sustained, specific, measuring attention that is Thomas's gift and Thomas's training and Thomas's way of being in the world. And matriarch, at some point in the 6th year, began to return the attention. Not the fishing attention, not the environmental attention of a bear scanning its surroundings for threats and opportunities. The measuring attention, the specific, sustained, timed attention that says, I am observing you the way you observe me. I am counting your seconds the way you count mine. I am doing what you are doing, and what you are doing is watching, and what I am doing is watching back. 270 matches, second for second. The bear and the biologist, the watched and the watcher, the counted and the counter. Each one doing the same thing to the other, each one measuring the other's attention, each one returning the measurement, the data agreeing, the agreement being the proof being 270 data points that say, the observation is mutual. The data. I want to give the data its moment because the data is what Thomas offers, and the data is what the Park Service rejected, and the rejection deserves to be understood. 270 observations, each observation consisting of 2 measurements. The duration of Thomas's observation of matriarch on day n, and the duration of matriarch's observation of Thomas on day n+1. The 2 measurements for each of the 270 pairs are identical. Not approximately identical, not within a margin of error. Identical. Second for second. The probability of this occurring by chance is, conservatively, astronomically small. If the bear's observation time were random, if matriarch were simply looking at the bluff for a random duration each day, the probability of the duration matching Thomas's observation time from the previous day to the second would be approximately 1 in whatever the range of durations is. Thomas's observations ranged from 5 seconds to 300 seconds, a range of 295 possible values. The probability of a single match is approximately 1 in 295. The probability of 270 consecutive matches is 1 in 295 to the power of 270, which is a number so large that the universe does not contain enough atoms to write it out. The data is not chance. The data is not coincidence. The data is a phenomenon. The phenomenon is the bear is counting the biologist with the same precision the biologist is counting the bear. The phenomenon is the observation is mutual. The phenomenon is the census is bilateral. The Park Service rejected this. The Park Service said the data was outside the scope of the census. The census counts bears. The census does not count biologists being counted by bears. The census has a form, and the form has columns. And the columns are for bear data, and the bear's data about the biologist does not fit in any column. Thomas's report does not fit in any column. This is why it is in the archive rather than in the Park Service's files. The archive does not have columns. The archive does not have forms. The archive has shelves, and the shelves hold whatever the shelves are given, the holding being unconditional. The archive not asking the file to fit a column before the archive will hold it. The data is held. 270 observations, 270 matches. The biologist and the bear, counting each other across 80 meters of Alaskan river. The counting being the relationship being the data being the proof being in the archive being the place where the proof is safe. I submitted this report to the Park Service. The Park Service returned it with a note that said the report did not meet the standards for inclusion in the annual wildlife census. The note did not say the data was wrong. The note said the data was outside the scope of the census being a count of bears, not a count of biologists, and the bears count of the biologist being, in the Park Service's assessment, not data, but anecdote, and anecdote not being science, and science being what the Park Service requires. I want to describe the scope, because the scope is the instrument that brings the bear close, and the closeness is where the counting happens. A spotting scope is a terrestrial telescope, a cylinder of glass and metal that gathers light from a distant object and focuses it, and presents it to the eye as a magnified image. The magnification being typically 20 to 60 times. The object appearing 20 to 60 times closer than it actually is. The distance collapsed by optics, the far becoming near, the inaccessible becoming intimate.
Thomas's scope is a 60-power instrument with a wide-angle eyepiece, the kind used by wildlife biologists for observing large mammals at distance, the instrument being designed for exactly this purpose. The purpose being to see the animal clearly enough to identify it as an individual without approaching closely enough to disturb it. The scope being the professional compromise between knowledge and non-interference. Through the scope, Matriarch is close. Through the scope, the 80 meters between the bluff and the river collapse to the optical equivalent of approximately 1.5 meters. The bear filling the eyepiece, the scars visible, the ear notches visible, the individual guard hairs visible, the eyes visible. The eyes. Through the scope, Thomas can see Matriarch's eyes. Brown eyes, dark brown, with the particular intelligence that bear eyes have, the intelligence being not the same as human intelligence, but being recognizably intelligence. The eyes processing visual information, the eyes evaluating, the eyes making decisions about the things they see. When Matriarch looks at Thomas, when Matriarch turns her head and directs her gaze at the bluff, Thomas sees her eyes through the scope, and the eyes are looking at him. Not at the bluff, not at the general area of the bluff, at him. The bear's gaze through the 60-power scope is directed at the eyepiece of the scope, at the eye behind the eyepiece, at Thomas, specifically, individually, the gaze being personal, the looking being the looking of one individual at another individual, across the 80 meters and through the glass and into the eye. This is the moment when the counting begins. Thomas times his observation. Matriarch times her return observation. The scope brings them close enough to see each other's eyes. The eyes being the instruments of the mutual observation. The mutual observation being the counting being exact, second for second. The exactness being visible in the eyes, in the quality of the looking, in the particular steadiness that both the biologist and the bear bring to the act of observing the other. The scope is the bridge. The scope spans the 80 meters. The scope brings the eyes together. And the eyes, meeting across the river and through the glass, begin the counting that produces the data that the Park Service rejected. The data that says, the observation is mutual. The census is bilateral. The bear and the biologist are counting each other. And the counting is exact. I am sending the report to you because science is not the only form of knowing, and the archive is not limited to science. And the data, which is real, deserves to be held somewhere. And the somewhere is here. And the holding is the purpose. I want to describe the river because the river is the stage on which the counting takes place. And the stage determines the quality of the performance. The Neck River during the Sockeye Salmon Run is one of the most concentrated gatherings of life on Earth. The salmon come by the millions, the river turning silver with their bodies. The fish packed so tightly in the current that you could, in the peak of the run, walk across the river on their backs.
the river being not water with fish in it, but fish with water around them. The fish being the river being the fish. The bears come for the fish. This is the reason for the gathering, the reason for the census, the reason Thomas sits on his bluff with his scope and his notebook.
The bears come because the salmon come. And the salmon come because the river is where the salmon were born and where the salmon will die. The salmon making their final journey upstream to the spawning grounds where they will lay their eggs and die. The dying being the purpose, the dying feeding the river, the dying feeding the bears, the dying feeding the forest, the entire ecosystem of the Alaskan coast being built on the foundation of the salmon's death. Thomas sits above this, 80 meters above the river on the bluff, watching through the scope bringing the bears close, the closeness being optical rather than physical, the physical distance being maintained because the physical distance is a professional distance, the distance that allows observation without interference. But the scope brings Matriarch close. The scope shows Thomas the details of Matriarch's face, the scars, the ears, the eyes. The scope shows Thomas Matriarch's eyes looking at him. And when Matriarch looks at Thomas, when Matriarch turns her head and directs her gaze at the bluff, the gaze travels 80 meters across the river and up the slope and arrives at Thomas's eyes. And the arriving is the meeting. The meeting being the moment when the counted and the counter recognize each other. The recognition being mutual. The mutuality being the data. 80 meters. Not a great distance. A bear can cover 80 meters in approximately 6 seconds at a full charge. Matriarch could, if she chose, cross the river and climb the bluff and be at Thomas's position in less time than it takes Thomas to close his notebook. She does not choose this. She chooses instead to look for exactly the duration that Thomas looked at her the day before, to return the measurement, to reciprocate the attention, to say, in the language of looking, which is the language that bears and biologists share, I see you. I counted your seconds. Here are your seconds back. The river runs between them. The salmon run between them. The counting runs between them. And the running, the flowing, the continuous passage of water and fish and time between the bear on the bank and the biologist on the bluff is the medium of the relationship, the medium through which the counting travels, the medium that carries the attention from one side to the other and back again, the attention being the current being the relationship. I want to describe the 20 years because the 20 years are the duration of the relationship, and the duration is the substance, and the substance is the account. 20 years. Thomas has been at the bluff for 20 years. Matriarch has been at the pool for 20 years. The river has been running between them for 20 years. The salmon have been running through the river for 20 years. The counting has been counting for 20 years. In 20 years, a bear changes. A bear ages. A bear goes from prime to old, from dominant to senior, from the strongest fisher on the river to the most experienced. The strength fading, but the experience deepening.
The experience being the compensation that age provides for the strength it takes. The old bear knowing things the young bear does not know. The knowing being visible in the efficiency of the fishing. The old bear catching more fish with less effort. The effort being reduced by the knowing. Thomas has watched this aging. Thomas has watched matriarch change from a bear in her prime to a bear in her senior years. The watching being the counting being the relationship spanning the change being held in the data holding matriarch's life the way a diary holds a person's life. In dated entries, in sequential observations, in the accumulated record of being there and looking. In 20 years, a biologist changes too. Thomas has aged alongside matriarch.
Thomas has gone from a young biologist to a middle-aged biologist to an experienced biologist. The experience being the compensation. The experience deepening the observation. The observation becoming more precise, more nuanced, more sensitive to the subtleties that the young biologist missed, and that the experienced biologist catches without trying. The catching being automatic, the automatic being the product of 20 years. The two of them, the bear and the biologist, aging together on opposite sides of the river, each one watching the other change, each one counting the other's years in the accumulated data of daily observation. Thomas's notebook contains 20 years of matriarch. Matriarch's memory, whatever form bear memory takes, contains 20 years of Thomas. The two records span the same period. The two records hold the same relationship. The two records agree. This is what the Park Service rejected. Not the data, but the duration. Not the numbers, but the 20 years. The 20 years of mutual observation. The 20 years of a bear and the biologist counting each other across a river in Alaska. The counting being the relationship being real, the reality being in the duration being the proof. 20 years is a long time. 20 years is long enough for a relationship to become deep. 20 years is long enough for a bear and the biologist to know each other, to recognize each other, to count each other's seconds with a precision that only 20 years of daily practice can produce. 20 years is long enough for the counting to become the love. Matriarch is still at the river. I am still at the bluff. The counting continues. Our data agrees. That is where Thomas's report ends. I hold the report for a moment. 270 observations. 270 matches. The biologist and the bear, across 80 meters of river, counting each other with the same instrument, which is time, and arriving at the same number, which is the duration of attention, and the duration being the data, and the data agreeing. The next fire came from a different kind of forest, from the old-growth, temperate rainforest of Western Norway, from a woman who spends her professional life on her hands and knees, looking at things that most people step over without seeing, the things that grow on the surfaces of other things, the things that are too small and too slow to attract the attention of anyone who is not trained to look for them. Her name is Signe Haugen, and she studies moss, and her letter begins, "Moss has time, more time than we do, and moss uses the time to write.
I will read you her fire now. Moss has time, more time than we do, and moss uses a time to write. My name is Signe Haugen. I am a forest ecologist, specializing in bryophytes, which is the scientific word for mosses and liverworts and hornworts, the small green things that cover the surfaces of the boreal and temperate forests, the things that people walk on and sit on and lean against and do not see, the things that are there before the trees and that will be there after the trees, and that are, in the long history of life on land, more fundamental than the trees, the mosses having colonized the land 470 million years ago, the trees not arriving until 100 million years later, the moss being the senior partner in the relationship between the land and the green. I work in the old growth forest of Western Norway, a forest that has been standing in its current form for approximately 4,000 years, since the last post-glacial reforestation. The trees growing on the ground that the ice left when the ice retreated, the moss growing on the trees, the moss growing on the rocks, the moss growing on everything that holds still long enough for the moss to colonize it, which is everything, because moss is patient, and patience is the moss's primary quality, the quality from which all the other qualities derive. I map moss. This is my work. I go into the forest and I kneel beside a rock or a trunk, and I look at the moss. And I record the species and the extent and the condition and the particular pattern of growth, the pattern being the thing I am most interested in, because the pattern tells me about the history of the surface the moss is growing on. The pattern recording the history, the way tree rings record the history. Each year of growth adding to the pattern being the moss's diary, the moss's record of its own life on this particular surface. In my 15th year of mapping, I noticed that certain patterns were not random. Moss grows in patterns that are determined by the environment, the direction of the light, the flow of the moisture, the texture of the surface. These patterns are predictable. The bryologist can look at the pattern of moss on a rock and deduce the rock's orientation, the moisture regime, the canopy above. The pattern is information, the information being about the environment being the cause, and the pattern being the effect. The patterns I noticed in my 15th year were not environmental. They were not caused by light or moisture or texture. They were caused by something else, something that I could not identify by any environmental analysis. Something that was using the moss as a medium the way a writer uses paper. The moss growing in patterns that were not the patterns of response to environment, but the patterns of expression. The moss expressing something through its growth, the expression being deliberate, the deliberateness being visible in the precision of the patterns. The patterns looked like writing. I need to say this plainly because saying it any other way would dilute the observation. The patterns on certain rocks in my study area looked like writing. Not like any writing I know, not like runes or letters or characters from any alphabet I have studied. And I have studied the alphabets of this region, the Norse runes and the Ogham, and the various marks that people have been making on rocks in Scandinavia for 5,000 years. The patterns were not any of these. The patterns were something else, something that used the vocabulary of marks, straight lines and curves and intersections, and the particular relationships between marks that distinguish writing from decoration, but that use this vocabulary in a language I did not recognize. I photographed the patterns. I photographed them every season for 15 years. The same rocks, the same patches of moss, the same patterns, photographed from the same angle at the same time of year. And the photographs, compared across the years, showed that the patterns were changing. The moss was growing, which is what moss does. But the growing was not random addition, the way a moss colony normally expands, the new growth appearing at the edges and filling in the gaps. The growing was sequential. The patterns were being added to. New marks were appearing at the ends of existing sequences, the way new words appear at the end of an existing sentence. The addition being meaningful, the meaning being the continuation of whatever the moss was writing. 1 mark per year, approximately. The moss writes slowly. The moss has 470 million years of practice in writing slowly. And the slowness is not a limitation, but a quality. The slowness being the tempo of the text, the tempo being the tempo of the forest, the tempo of the rock, the tempo of the things that change at the speed of geology, rather than the speed of human attention. I want to describe the rocks, because the rocks are the pages on which the moss writes, and the pages matter. The rocks in Cygnus study area are gneiss, the same ancient metamorphic rock that Callum's Douve scare is made of. The rock that forms the basement of the Scandinavian landscape. The rock that was there before the ice, and that the ice polished and exposed and left sitting in the forest when the ice retreated. The rocks being the bones of the landscape, the framework on which the soil and the trees and the moss are built. These rocks have been in their current positions for approximately 10,000 years, since the ice left, since the forest returned, since the moss colonized the surfaces. 10,000 years of moss on rock. 10,000 years of the slow covering, the green creeping across the grey, the biological meeting the geological, the living meeting the not living, the two of them establishing the relationship that Signa observes, the relationship of surface and writer, page and text. The moss covers the rocks in patterns. Most of the patterns are environmental, caused by the light and the moisture and the texture of the rock, the patterns being the moss's response to the conditions, the growth following the path of best conditions, the way water follows the path of least resistance, the pattern being the record of the response, the record being readable to a trained bryologist, the reading telling the bryologist about the conditions. But some patterns are not environmental. Some patterns are not caused by light or moisture or texture. Some patterns are marks, lines, curves, intersections. The particular arrangements of line and curve that distinguish writing from growth. The arrangements having a quality of intention. The intention being visible in the precision being too great for environmental response and too consistent for random variation. The marks being made rather than grown. The making being the writing. The rocks hold the writing. The rocks have been holding the writing for as long as the moss has been writing, which may be 10,000 years. The full duration of the moss's presence on the rock. The writing beginning when the colonizing began. The first marks appearing with the first growth. The text beginning at the beginning. If this is true, and Signe believes it is, the text on these rocks is 10,000 years old. The text predates every human writing system. The text predates the cuneiform, and the hieroglyphics, and the oracle bones, and the cave paintings. The text is the oldest text on Earth, written by the oldest writer on Earth, on the oldest pages on Earth. The text being older than civilization, older than agriculture, older than the domestication of animals, older than everything that humans call history. The text is 10,000 marks long, at the rate of 1 mark per year. 10,000 symbols, 10,000 units of meaning. A text that has been growing for 10,000 years at the speed of moss. The speed being the speed of the planet, the speed of the patient. Signe has read 15 marks, 15 out of 10,000. She has seen the text growing at its edge, the new marks appearing at the end of the sequence extending, the text continuing. She cannot read it. She can see it. And the seeing, the attention, the daily kneeling beside the rocks in the Norwegian forest, the looking at the moss with the quality of attention that 15 years of practice produces. The seeing is the receiving. The receiving is the relationship. The relationship is the bridge between the fast and the slow. The moss writes, the rocks hold. The ecologist reads. The text grows. And the growing continues, 1 mark per year. The patience of the moss, the patience of the planet. The patience that has time, more time than any reader, more time than any alphabet, more time than anything that hurries. I have been reading the moss for 15 years. I cannot read what it says. I can see that it says something. I can see that the something is getting longer. I can see that the marks are precise and that the precision is not the precision of a pattern, but the precision of a communication. The marks being addressed to someone, the someone being whoever reads them, the reading being the receiving being the purpose. I want to describe the forest that the moss writes in, because the forest is the library, and the library holds the text, and the text deserves to be seen in its setting. The old-growth forest of Western Norway is a cathedral. I do not use this word metaphorically. The trees are the columns. The canopy is the vault. The light, entering through the gaps in the canopy, falls in shafts that are visible in the moisture of the air. The shafts being the windows, the light being the stained glass, the color being the green of the canopy, filtered through the moisture. The green light falling on the moss-covered floor, the way colored light falls on the stone floor of a cathedral. The floor being the ground, and the ground being the page. The trees are spruce and pine and birch, the species of the boreal-temperate transition. The transition being the zone where the cold of the north meets the mild of the coast. The meeting producing a forest that is neither fully boreal nor fully temperate, but something between. A forest of complexity, a forest of many species and many layers. The layers being the canopy and the understory, and the shrub layer, and the herb layer, and the moss layer. The moss layer being the lowest, the closest to the ground, the most intimate with the rock. The moss covers everything. The rocks, the roots, the lower trunks of the trees, the fallen logs, the soil. Every surface that holds still long enough is colonized by the moss. The colonization being not aggressive but patient. The moss arriving as spores, the spores germinating, the germination producing the first tiny shoots, the shoots growing slowly, the slow growing producing the mat spreading, the spreading being the moss's way of claiming the surface, the claiming being gentle, the gentleness being the moss's quality. On certain rocks the moss writes. On certain rocks, in certain parts of the forest, the moss grows in patterns that are not the patterns of environmental response, but the patterns of expression. The marks and the lines and the curves that Singya has been photographing for 15 years. The marks being the text being the oldest text, the text growing at the rate of 1 mark per year. The forest holds this text the way a library holds its books, without judgment, without urgency, with the patience that holding requires. The forest has been holding the text for 10,000 years, if the text has been growing since the moss arrived. The forest will hold the text for as long as the moss continues to write, which may be forever, which may be as long as the forest stands, which may be as long as the rocks endure, which may be as long as the planet turns. The text is patient, the forest is patient, the rocks are patient. And Signa, kneeling in the green light of the cathedral forest, photographing the marks on the rocks, is learning patience, is being taught patience by the moss teaching by example. The example being 1 mark per year, 1 mark per year, the rate of the earth, the rate of the patient. The moss writes on the rocks. The moss has been writing on the rocks for longer than writing has existed. The moss was writing before the runes, before the Ogham, before the cuneiform, before the hieroglyphics. The moss was the first writer. The rocks were the first pages. And the text, whatever it says, is the oldest text. Older than any library, older than any archive. The text growing at the rate of 1 mark per year. The rate being the rate of moss, the rate being the rate of the planet, the rate being enough. I want to describe the time scale, because the time scale is what makes Signa's account different from every other account in tonight's collection. And the difference is the patience. And the patience is the moss's quality. And the quality deserves to be felt. 1 mark per year. This is the rate at which the moss writes. 1 mark, 1 symbol, 1 unit of whatever the text is, added to the existing text each year. The addition being visible only to someone who photographs the same rock at the same time each year and compares the photographs. The comparison revealing the addition. The addition being a new line or a new curve or a new intersection added to the end of the existing sequence. 1 mark per year means that the text Signa has been reading for 15 years is 15 marks long. 15 marks. 15 symbols. 15 units of meaning, if the marks have meaning. The meaning being unknown. The meaning being in a language that no human linguist has encountered. The language being the moss's language. The language of the slow. How long has the moss been writing? Signe cannot say.
She began observing the marks in her 15th year of mapping, which means the marks were there when she first saw them, which means the text was already in progress, the writing having begun before Signe's observation began, the beginning being unknown. The beginning being before Signe, and perhaps long before Signe. The moss having been writing on these rocks for decades, or centuries, or millennia. The text accumulating at the rate of 1 mark per year. The rate being the rate of the moss. The rate being the rate of the patient. If the moss has been writing for 1,000 years, the text is 1,000 marks long. 1,000 symbols. 1,000 units of meaning. A text that has taken 1,000 years to write and that is being read by a woman who has been alive for 61 years and who has been reading the text for 15 of those years. The reading being the merest glimpse of the text. The glimpse being 15 marks out of 1,000. The proportion being 1.5%. The proportion being the relationship between the human lifespan and the moss's project. The project being vast. The project being patient. The project being ongoing. The moss does not hurry. The moss has no reason to hurry. The moss has time. 470 million years of time. The moss having been on the land since the Ordovician, since before the fish had bones, since before the trees existed, since before the flowers evolved. The moss being the oldest writer on the oldest surface with the oldest patience. The writing continuing, the marks accumulating, the text growing at the rate of 1 mark per year, the rate being sufficient, the rate being the rate of the earth. Signe reads, the reading is the receiving. The receiving is the relationship. And the relationship between a human ecologist who kneels beside rocks in a Norwegian forest and a colony of bryophytes that has been writing on those rocks for longer than the ecologist can determine, is the relationship of reader and text, the reader being temporary and the text being permanent, the reader being fast and the text being slow, the reader being human and the text being moss, and the difference between them being not a barrier, but a bridge. The bridge being the reading being the attention being the thing that crosses the gap between the fast and the slow, and makes the slow visible to the fast. I want to speculate about the language, because the language is the thing Signe cannot read, and the not reading deserves its own reflection. What language does moss write in? Not Norwegian, not Norse, not any language that humans have invented or discovered or decoded. The moss writes in a language that predates human language by approximately 470 million years. The moss having been writing on rocks since the Ordovician, since before the first vertebrate walked on land, since before the first insect flew, since before the first flower bloomed. What could a 470 million year old language be about? Not human concerns, not the things that human languages are about, the things that human brains think about, the social relationships and the technologies and the philosophies and the stories. The moss language
if it is a language, if it carries meaning, carries a meaning that predates all human meaning, a meaning that belongs to the time before humans, the time when the land was new and the first green things were finding their way across the bare rock. Perhaps the moss writes about the rock. Perhaps the language is a description of the surface the moss is growing on, each mark being a symbol for a quality of the stone, the hardness, the texture, the mineral composition, the particular way the stone holds moisture and releases it. The stone being the moss's world, and the writing being the moss's account of its world, the way a diary is a person's account of their world. Perhaps the moss writes about the weather. Perhaps the marks record the seasons, each mark corresponding to a year, each year's mark being shaped by the conditions of that year. The wet years producing one shape, and the dry years producing another. The sequence of marks being a climate record written in moss, the record being older than any human climate record, the record going back to the beginning of the moss on the rock. Perhaps the moss writes about itself. Perhaps the language is autobiographical, the moss recording its own growth, its own spreading, its own colonization of the surface, each mark being a milestone, a note saying, I have reached this far, I have covered this much, I am this old, I am still growing. Signe does not know. Signe cannot read the marks. Signe can see the marks, and can see that the marks are not random, and can see that the marks are changing, and can see that the changing is sequential, the new marks appearing at the end of the sequence being a text, the text being a communication, the communication being addressed to whoever reads it, the reading being the receiving being possible even without the understanding. The way you can receive a letter in a foreign language and know that it is a letter and know that it says something, even if you cannot read what it says. Signe receives. Signe kneels beside the rocks and looks at the marks and receives whatever the marks are saying. The receiving being the attention being the relationship being the bridge between the reader and the text. The bridge spanning 470 million years. The span being the distance between the human and the moss. The distance being vast and the bridge being narrow, and the crossing being slow. 1 mark per year. The pace of the moss, the pace of the patient. I want to describe 1 mark, 1 single mark, the most recent mark that Signe observed, because the single mark is the unit of the text, and the unit deserves its rendering. The mark appeared in the summer of 2007, at the end of a sequence on a rock that Signe has been photographing since 1992. The sequence, at the time of the previous year's photograph, was 14 marks long. The sequence, at the time of the 2007 photograph, was 15 marks long. 1 new mark, 1 unit of text, 1 year's worth of writing. The mark is a curve, not a straight line, not an angle, not a circle. A curve, approximately 3 centimeters long, the curve being a portion of an arc, the arc being smooth, the smoothness being the moss's quality, the moss producing curves rather than angles, because the moss grows by cell division, and cell division produces curves, the growth being radial, the radius producing the arc being the natural shape of the moss's writing. The curve connects to the previous mark at its left end, the connection being a point of contact, where the new growth meets the old growth. The junction being visible as a slight thickening of the moss at the contact point, the thickening being the evidence of the joining. The new mark joining the old sequence, the sequence extending by 1 unit. At its right end, the curve is open. The right end is the leading edge of the text, the point where the writing stops and the unwritten begins, the boundary between the set and the unset, the boundary that will be pushed forward by 1 mark next year and by another mark the year after that, the boundary advancing at the rate of 1 mark per year, the rate of the moss, the rate of the patient. Signe photographed this mark on a Tuesday morning in August. She knelt beside the rock and she set her camera to the angle she has been using for 15 years. The angle being standardized. The standardization ensuring that the photographs are comparable across years. The comparison being the method revealing the growth being the writing being the text. She took 3 photographs. She noted the date. She noted the weather. She noted the quality of the light. She recorded the mark in her field notebook as a hand-drawn sketch, the sketch being the translation from the 3-dimensional reality of the moss on the rock to the 2-dimensional notation of the pen on the paper. The translation being the reading being the receiving being the relationship. 1 mark, 1 curve, 3 centimeters, 1 year. The entire output of the moss's writing practice for the year 2007. The output being small by human standards and infinite by moss standards. The moss not measuring its output by human standards, but by its own. The standard being 1 mark per year. The standard being sufficient. The standard being the pace of the planet. I cannot read it, but I can see it growing. And the growing is the writing, and the writing continues. I want to describe the patience, because the patience is the quality that unites every file in tonight's collection, and the quality deserves its final statement. Patience is the willingness to attend to something at a pace slower than your own. This is the definition I have arrived at through the files of the archive, through the accounts of Howard and Elena and Anders and Ruth and Thomas and Signe and Joaquin and Fiona, each one attending to something that operates at a pace different from their own, each one adjusting their attention to match the pace of the thing they are attending to. Howard walks his trail at the pace of walking, but the trail grows at the pace of growing, and the 2 paces are different, and Howard's patience is his willingness to walk at his pace while attending to the trail's pace. The walking and the growing running simultaneously, each one at its own speed. Elena looks at the forest at the pace of looking, but the forest changes its face at the pace of weeks and months, the face shifting slowly, the expression changing over the season. And Elena's patience is her willingness to look every day at something that changes every week, the looking being daily and the changing being seasonal, the 2 paces running simultaneously. Anders counts his lakes at the pace of annual counting, but the lake grows at the pace of geological time. the diameter increasing by fractions of a meter per year. And Anders's patience is his willingness to count annually at something that changes barely perceptibly. Ruth counts the silence at the pace of weekly visits, but the silence cycles at the pace of the stars, the sidereal day, the cycle taking a year to complete. And Ruth's patience is her willingness to count weekly at something that cycles yearly.
Thomas counts the bear at the pace of daily observation. But Matriarch's return observation arrives at a one-day delay, and Thomas's patience is his willingness to wait one day for the reciprocation of his attention. Signal reads the moss at the pace of seasonal photography, but the moss writes at the pace of 1 mark per year, and Signa's patience is her willingness to read annually at something that writes annually. The reading and the writing running at the same pace, the pace being the pace of the moss, which is the pace of the earth. Joaquin watches the river at the pace of daily walking, but the river's manners operate at the pace of seasonal erosion, and Joaquin's patience is his willingness to watch daily at something that demonstrates its manners seasonally. Fiona measures the darkness at the pace of nightly observation, but the anomalous nights arrive at a pace of 8 to 10 per year, and Fiona's patience is her willingness to measure every night for the sake of the 8 to 10 nights that produce the deeper darkness. Each one patient. Each one attending at their own pace to something that operates at a different pace. Each one willing to wait. Each one willing to continue. Each one willing to walk and to look and to count and to measure and to read, day after day, week after week, year after year. The practice producing the knowledge producing the relationship producing the response. The response is the gift, the trail growing, the face appearing, the lake arriving, the silence occurring, the bear counting back, the moss writing, the river going around, the darkness deepening. Each gift being the thing attended to, saying, I know you are here. I know you are watching. I know the quality of your patience. And here, in response, is mine. That is where Signa's letter ends. The next file came from the tropics, from the heat rather than the cold, from a river rather than a rock, from a man who has been watching water move through a forest for 30 years, and who has discovered that the water knows what is alive and what is not. The water making a distinction that the physics of fluid dynamics does not make. The water treating living things differently from dead things. The difference being measurable, the measuring being the account. His name is Joaquin Delgado, and he has been the warden of a river in a Costa Rican nature reserve for 30 years. And his letter begins, The river has manners. I know this sounds foolish. Wait until I explain. I will read you his file now. The river has manners. I know this sounds foolish. Wait until I explain. My name is Joaquin Delgado. I am the warden of a nature reserve in the lowland tropical forest of Costa Rica, and my primary responsibility is the river. The river runs through the center of the reserve for 30 kilometers, entering at the eastern boundary from the farmland upstream and exiting at the western boundary into the estuary and the sea. My job is to monitor the river, the flow, the clarity, the temperature, the species that live in it and the species that depend on it, the health of the riparian forest, the state of the banks,
The river is my beat, the way a policeman has a beat. The river being the territory I walk, and the territory I know, and the territory I am responsible for. I have been walking this river for 30 years. I know it the way Howard knows his trail. By the body, by the feet, by the accumulated experience of 30 years of walking the same 30 kilometers. The knowledge being in the soles rather than in the brain. The feet knowing where the rocks are and where the mud is, and where the bank is firm and where it is soft. The knowledge being a different kind of knowledge from the kind the university gave me. The knowledge of proximity. The knowledge that comes from being near something for a very long time. The river changes its course. All rivers change their courses. The water, moving, erodes the bank on the outside of each curve and deposits sediment on the inside, the curve migrating slowly across the floodplain. The river snaking its way through the forest over centuries. The course today being different from the course 100 years ago, and different from the course 100 years from now. This is hydrology. This is what rivers do. My river does something that hydrology does not explain. I first noticed it in my 7th year, when a large ceiba tree fell during a storm and landed across the river, blocking the main channel. This is an ordinary event. Trees fall. Trees land in rivers. The river responds by either going over the tree, if the tree is low enough, or going around it, if the tree is high enough to dam the flow. The water finding the path of least resistance. The water always finding the path. The water being the most persistent finder of paths in the natural world. The ceiba was large enough to dam the flow. The river went around. The river found a path around the ceiba, carving a new channel through the soft bank on the south side. The water cutting through the mud and the roots and the understory. The new channel forming in a matter of days. The river solving the problem of the ceiba, the way rivers solve all problems, by going somewhere else. But then I noticed what happened to the live trees. The ceiba that had fallen was dead. It had died the previous season, standing dead, the bark falling away, the heartwood exposed, the tree being a dead thing in the river, an obstacle. And the river treated it as an obstacle and went around it. Downstream, 100 meters from the dead ceiba, a living tree leaned over the river. A living strangler fig, its roots in the bank, its trunk leaning at an angle that brought its canopy over the water. The tree alive, the roots gripping, the leaves green. The tree being a living thing that was partially in the river, its lower branches touching the water during high flow. The river did not cut around the living fig. The river flowed past the fig the way water flows past a bridge piling, smoothly, the current dividing on the upstream side and reuniting on the downstream side, the flow accommodating the fig without eroding the bank around it, without cutting a new channel, without treating the fig as an obstacle. The river was treating the living tree differently from the dead tree. The dead tree was an obstacle. The living tree was a neighbor. I began to observe systematically. Over the following 23 years, I documented 94 instances of trees or large woody debris entering the river or being present in the river. And I classified each instance by the state of the tree, living or dead. In every instance, every single one of the 94, the river's response was consistent with a distinction between living and dead. Dead trees were treated as obstacles. The river went around them, cutting new channels, eroding banks, removing the obstacle by the ordinary hydrological process of avoidance. Living trees were treated as neighbors. The river flowed past them without erosion, without channel cutting, without any hydrological response that would remove the living tree from its position. I tested this. In my 20th year, feeling bold and perhaps foolish, I drove 2 stakes into the riverbed at identical positions relative to the current, one on the left bank and one on the right. The left stake was a living branch, cut fresh from a tree and driven into the mud with the bark intact and the buds still viable. The right stake was a dead branch, seasoned, dry, the bark stripped, the wood grey with age. 1 season later, the river had eroded the bank around the dead stake, and the dead stake was lying in the current, undercut, dislodged, the river having treated it as an obstacle and removed it. The living stake was standing, the bank around it was intact, the river was flowing past it smoothly, the current dividing and reuniting, the living stake undisturbed, the river having treated it as a living thing and having extended to it the courtesy that the river extends to all living things, which is the courtesy of going around. The river knows what is alive. I do not know how. I do not know by what mechanism a body of flowing water distinguishes between a living branch and a dead one, between a thing that is growing and a thing that has stopped growing, between a thing that has sap in its cells and a thing that does not. I know only that the distinction is made, and that the distinction is consistent, and that the consistency has been documented over 23 years and 94 instances and 1 deliberate experiment, and that the documentation is in my field journal, and that the field journal is the record, and that the record says, "The river has manners." I want to describe the experiment in detail, because the experiment is the proof, and the proof is elegant. 2 stakes, 1 living, 1 dead, identical positions relative to the current, identical distances from the bank, identical exposure to the flow. The only difference, 1 is alive and 1 is not. Joaquin cut the living stake from a young tree near the bank. He cut it carefully, preserving the bark, preserving the cambium layer beneath the bark, preserving the buds at the tip. The stake being a cutting, a piece of living tree that has the potential to root and grow if the conditions are right. The stake being alive in the biological sense, the cells metabolizing, the sap flowing, the tissue respiring. The dead stake was a piece of seasoned wood, cut and dried, the bark stripped, the cambium dead, the wood grey with exposure, the cells no longer metabolizing, the sap no longer flowing, the tissue no longer respiring. The dead stake was wood in the way that a table is wood, the material having been separated from the life that produced it, the separation being death, the death being the difference. Joaquin drove both stakes into the riverbed at the same point in the river's cross-section, the same distance from each bank, the same depth in the water, the conditions being as identical as he could make them, the experiment being designed to isolate the single variable, the variable being alive versus dead, the variable being the thing the river would respond to if the river could distinguish between the two. 1 season, 1 rainy season, approximately 4 months of high water, the river running strong, the current pressing against both stakes with equal force, the force of the water being a function of the velocity and the density and the cross-sectional area of the stake, all of which were identical for the 2 stakes, the force being equal, the conditions being equal, everything being equal except the variable. The result: the dead stake was gone. The bank around it had been eroded, the current having cut into the soil around the base of the stake, undercutting it, dislodging it, the stake lying in the current downstream, the river having treated it as an obstacle, as a thing to be removed, the removal being the ordinary hydrological response to an obstacle in the flow. The living stake was standing. The bank around it was intact. The current was flowing past it smoothly, the water dividing on the upstream side and reuniting on the downstream side. The classic flow pattern around a bridge piling. The pattern of a flow that accommodates the obstacle rather than removing it. The living stake had rooted. The buds at the tip had opened. The stake was growing. The stake was becoming a tree. And the river was flowing around it. The river having decided, and Joaquin uses the word decided, knowing what it implies, that the living stake was not an obstacle, but a neighbor, and that neighbors are flowed around, not removed. The experiment is repeatable. Joaquin has repeated it 3 times, each time the same result. Dead wood, removed. Living wood, accommodated. The river making the distinction. The river knowing the difference. The river treating the alive and the dead differently. The treatment being consistent. The consistency being the proof. I want to describe the river in more depth, because the river is Joaquin's partner, and the partner deserves its full portrait. 30 kilometers of tropical river. The river enters the reserve from the east, from the farmland, carrying the sediment and the nutrients that the farms produce. The water being the color of the earth it has passed through, the brown of the clay, the green of the algae, the particular turbidity of a tropical river in the wet season. The river being not clear but rich, the richness being the content. The river carrying the continent soiled to the sea. The river passes through the reserve for 30 kilometers, and in those 30 kilometers, the river changes. The farmland influence fades, the sediment settles, the water clears. The river, filtering itself through the forest, becomes the river of the forest, rather than the river of the farm. The character changing, the color changing, the quality of the water changing, the river becoming itself. In the same way that a person becomes themselves when they leave the workplace and enter their home. The home being the place where the person is most fully the person. Joaquin has walked this river for 30 years. He knows every bend, every pool, every riffle, every stretch where the current is fast, and every stretch where the current is slow. He knows the fish, and the birds, and the mammals that use the river. The kingfisher on the overhanging branch, the otter in the deep pool, the caiman on the sandbar. He knows the trees on the banks, each individual tree, each one having a position and a lean and a particular relationship to the water. The tree and the river coexisting, the tree's roots in the bank and the river's current at the roots, the two of them negotiating their boundary, the bank being the negotiation being ongoing. The river has manners. This is Joaquin's phrase, and I want to give it its full context. Manners are the rules of courtesy that govern relationships between individuals who share a space. Manners say, I will accommodate you. Manners say, I will not impose on you. Manners say, Your presence is acknowledged and your needs are respected. And the space we share will be managed in a way that honors both of us. The river has these manners. The river accommodates living things. The river flows around living trees without eroding their banks. The river flows around living roots without undercutting them. The river, when it rises in the wet season, spreads across the floodplain and stops at the edge of Joaquin's garden. The stopping being the accommodation being the manners being the river's way of saying, you are alive and I will go around you. 94 instances, 30 years. The data is consistent. The river distinguishes between living and dead. The river treats living things with courtesy and dead things with indifference. The distinction is real. The distinction is measurable. The distinction is the river's intelligence. The river knowing what is alive, the way the train knows where the beauty is. The knowing being not conscious in the human sense, but being real in the hydrological sense. The river responding to some quality of living things that dead things do not possess. Some quality that the river can detect in the tree or the root or the stake. Some quality that says, I am alive. Please go around me. I want to explore what it means for the river to know what is alive. Because the knowing is the central claim and the claim deserves its fullest examination. What does alive mean to a river? A river is not alive in the biological sense. A river does not have cells, does not metabolize, does not reproduce. A river is a body of water moving under gravity. The movement being mechanical, the water being a fluid, the gravity being a force, the combination producing the flow that we call a river. A river is physics, not biology, and yet the river distinguishes between the living and the dead. The river, which is physics, responds differently to biological states. The river, which has no cells, detects the presence or absence of cells. The river, which does not metabolize, responds to the metabolic state of the things in its flow. The physics is responding to the biology. The mechanics is responding to the life. How? Joaquin does not know. I do not know. The mechanism is unknown. But the phenomenon is documented. 94 instances. 3 deliberate experiments. Consistent results. Dead wood, eroded, undercut, removed. Living wood, accommodated, flowed around, preserved. The distinction is real. The detection is real. The response is real. Perhaps the river detects the chemical signature of life. Living tissue produces chemicals that dead tissue does not. Sap, resin, the particular molecular compounds that metabolizing cells excrete. Perhaps these compounds dissolve into the water at the point of contact between the living wood and the river, and the dissolved compounds change the water's chemistry at that point, and the changed chemistry changes the flow becoming less erosive, less aggressive. The water treating the living wood-flavored water differently from the dead wood-flavored water. Perhaps the river detects the electrical signature of life. Living cells produce electrical potentials, tiny voltages across cell membranes, the voltages being part of the metabolic process, the process producing an electrical field around the living tissue. Perhaps the river, which is a conductor, which carries ions, which is itself an electrical medium, detects these tiny fields. The fields influencing the flow at the molecular level, the influence being too small for human instruments to detect, but not too small for the river to detect. The river being a bigger instrument than any human instrument. The river being 30 kilometers of conducting fluid. Perhaps the mechanism is none of these. Perhaps the mechanism is something that the current understanding of physics and biology does not have a category for. Something that exists in the space between physics and biology. In the space where the mechanical and the living meet. In the space where a body of water flowing under gravity encounters a piece of living wood and makes a decision that physics alone does not explain. The decision is go around. The decision is accommodate. The decision is menace. And the menace are real. And the menace are consistent. And the menace are the river's gift to the living. The gift being the courtesy of continued existence. The courtesy that the dead do not receive. The courtesy that requires the river to detect the difference and to respond to the difference. The detecting and the responding being the river's intelligence. The intelligence being the menace being the love. What quality? Joaquin does not know. The living stake and the dead stake are identical in size and shape and position. The living stake has bark and sap and metabolizing cells. The dead stake does not. The difference is biological. The river detects the biological difference. The river responds to the biological difference. The river is, in some sense, a biological detector. The current being the sensor, the erosion or the accommodation being the response. The response telling us something about what the river can sense that we, standing on the bank, cannot sense with our eyes and our instruments. The river senses life. The river accommodates life. The river goes around what is alive. And Joaquin, alive on the bank, alive in his house in the floodplain, alive in his walking and his measuring and his 30 years of attention, is accommodated. The river goes around him. The river has never flooded his house. The river, which floods everything else in the flat plain, which spreads across the flat ground the way it has been spreading for millennia, stops at the edge of his garden. The stopping is the accommodation. The accommodation is the menace. The menace are the love. The river has menace. The river treats living things with courtesy. The courtesy is going around. The going around is not eroding, not undercutting, not dislodging, not removing. The courtesy is the opposite of all the things the river does to dead things. The courtesy being the active choice to accommodate rather than to remove. The choice being made by a body of water. The choice being consistent over 94 documented instances and 3 deliberate experiments. The choice being real. I live in the floodplain. My house is built in the floodplain of the river, which is a thing that the hydrologists would call foolish, because floodplains flood, that being the definition and the purpose of a floodplain. The floodplain being the area the river claims when the river is high. The water spreading across the flat ground, the way a sleeper spreads across a bed, taking the space it needs. My house has not flooded in 30 years. The river has been high many times. The river has covered the floodplain many times, but the water has never entered my house. The water comes to the edge of my garden and stops, not gradually, not by the natural recession of the flood. The water reaches the edge and holds, the edge being as precise as a line drawn on the ground, the water on one side and the dry on the other. My house and my garden on the dry side, the floodplain on the wet side, the distinction being exact. I want to describe Joaquin's house because the house is the most personal evidence of the river's manners, and the personal deserves its moment. The house is in the floodplain. This is the first thing Joaquin says about his house, the statement being both a description and an admission. The admission being that he lives in a place where the river floods, the place where the water goes when the water is high, the place that the hydrologist would tell him not to build in. He built there anyway. Or rather, his grandfather built there, and his father lived there, and Joaquin lives there. 3 generations on the same patch of floodplain. The house having been there for approximately 60 years. The house being a modest concrete block structure with a tie roof and a porch and a garden. The garden growing the things that the tropical lowland grows, the bananas and the papayas and the herbs. The garden being the kitchen, the way all tropical gardens are kitchens. The food growing steps from the stove. The river floods the floodplain approximately 3 times a year. The wet season brings the water. The water rises. The water spreads across the flat ground. The flat ground being the floodplain. The floodplain being the river's room. The room the river claims when the river needs more space. The water covers the ground. The water covers the gardens. The water covers the paths and the fences and the low-lying areas. The water goes everywhere, except Joaquin's house. The water comes to the edge of Joaquin's garden and stops. Not gradually, not by the natural recession of the flood. The water arrives at a specific line, a line as precise as if it had been drawn on the ground, and the water does not cross the line. The garden is dry. The house is dry. The bananas and the papayas and the herbs are dry. The flood is everywhere around them, and the dry is inside the line, and the line is the boundary, and the boundary is the river's courtesy. 30 years, approximately 90 floods. 90 times the water has risen and spread and covered the floodplain and come to the edge of Joaquin's garden and stopped. 90 times the line has held. 90 times the river has said, "You are alive, you are here, I will go around you." Joaquin does not build levees. He does not raise the ground around his house. He does not take any of the measures that a reasonable person in a floodplain would take to protect against flooding. He does not need to. The river protects him. The river, which distinguishes between living and dead, which goes around living trees and removes dead ones, which accommodates living stakes and undercuts dead ones. The river extends the same distinction to Joaquin, the same courtesy, the same manners. Joaquin is alive. The river knows. The river goes around. This is, I think, the most intimate of all the relationships in tonight's files. Not the most dramatic, not the most spectacular, the most intimate. A man in his house, a river at his garden's edge. The river choosing, flood after flood, season after season, year after year, to stop. the stopping being the courtesy being the recognition being you are alive, and the alive being enough, the alive being the reason the river stops, the alive being the quality the river responds to, the quality that 94 instances and 3 experiments and 30 years of observation have confirmed that the river can detect and does respond to. The river has manners. The manners are for the living. Joaquin is living. The river's manners are for Joaquin. And the manners, which are the stopping, which are the going around, which are the courtesy of the water to the alive, are the love. And the love is the river's, and the river is the love. I am alive. My house is alive, in the sense that I live in it, that the living makes it alive, that the presence of a living person in a structure confers on the structure something that the river recognizes, the way the river recognizes the living tree, the living branch, the living thing in the water. The river goes around what is alive. I am alive. The river goes around me. I want to close Joaquin's account with a thought about what it means to be alive. Because being alive is the thing the river detects, and the detection is the mystery, and the mystery is the point. What does it mean to be alive? Biologically, it means metabolizing. It means converting energy from one form to another. It means growing. It means reproducing. It means responding to the environment. These are the criteria that biology uses to distinguish the living from the non-living. The criteria being mechanical, the criteria being about processes, the criteria being about what a thing does rather than what a thing is. The river detects something else. The river detects not what the thing does, but what the thing is. The river detects the quality of aliveness, the being alive, rather than the doing alive, the quality that the living stake has and the dead stake does not, the quality that is not metabolism and not growth and not reproduction and not response, but something underneath all of these. Something that the processes express, but that is not the processes themselves. Something that is the source of the processes, rather than the result. The river detects the source. The river, flowing past the living stake and the dead stake, detects the difference between a thing that has the source and a thing that does not. The difference being invisible to the eye, and undetectable by the instruments, and unmeasurable by the science. The difference being detectable only by the river being the instrument being 30 kilometers of flowing water. What is the source? Joaquin does not know. I do not know. The biologists do not know, or rather, the biologists know the processes, but do not know the source. The source being the thing that the processes do not explain. The thing that is left over when the metabolism and the growth and the reproduction and the response have all been accounted for. The remainder that the accounting cannot capture. The remainder being the aliveness being the thing the river detects. The river detects the remainder. The river goes around the remainder. The river treats the remainder with courtesy, with manners, with the particular respect that the living deserves and that the dead does not. The respect being the going around being the love. Joaquin is alive. The river knows, and the knowing is enough. The knowing is the stopping at the garden's edge. The knowing is the dry house in the red floodplain. The knowing is the manners being the river's response to the presence of the source being the aliveness being the thing that connects Joaquin to the living stake and the living tree and every living thing in the river's path. The connection being the source being the thing the river detects, the thing the river goes around, the thing the river loves. That is where Joaquin's letter ends. The last file tonight is the gentlest, as the last file always is. It came from Scotland, from the Highlands, from one of the darkest places in Europe, a place where the darkness is not a problem, but a resource, a place where the darkness is protected and measured and valued the way other places protect and measure and value their light. Her name is Fiona MacLeod. She is the warden of a dark sky reserve in the Scottish Highlands. And her file begins. I measure darkness. This is my work. I measure how dark the dark is. And some nights the dark is darker than dark should be. I will read you her file now. I measure darkness. This is my work. I measure how dark the dark is, and some nights the dark is darker than dark should be. My name is Fiona MacLeod. I am the warden of a dark sky reserve in the Scottish Highlands, which means I am the guardian of an absence, the keeper of a nothing, the protector of the thing that is left when the thing that is usually there is taken away. The thing that is usually there is light. The thing that is left is darkness. My job is to make sure the darkness stays dark. A dark sky reserve is a place where artificial light is controlled so that the natural darkness of the night sky can be experienced and studied. In most of the world, the night sky is polluted by artificial light. The glow of cities and towns and motorways, and the accumulated luminosity of a civilization that has been fighting the dark for 10,000 years. Since the first campfire, since the first torch, since the first lamp, each one pushing the dark back a little. The accumulated pushing having produced in the 21st century a world in which most people have never seen a truly dark sky, have never seen the Milky Way, have never experienced the darkness that their ancestors experienced every night of their lives. My reserve is one of the places where the darkness survives. The nearest town is 40 miles away. The nearest street light is 30 miles away. The nearest significant source of artificial light is the glow of Inverness on the southern horizon, visible on cloudy nights as a faint dome of orange, invisible on clear nights because the clear night is so dark that the eye does not look for it, the eye being occupied with the sky being the thing that the darkness reveals when the darkness is complete. I measure the darkness with a photometer. The photometer is an instrument that measures the brightness of the sky in magnitudes per square arc second, which is the unit that astronomers use. The higher the number, the darker the sky, the scale being logarithmic, each magnitude being approximately 2.5 times darker than the previous one. A typical suburban sky measures about 18 magnitudes per square arc second. A good rural sky measures about 21.
The darkest skies on Earth measure about 22.
My reserve, on its best nights, measures 21.8, which places it among the darkest sites in Europe. On certain nights, my reserve measures 22.4. This number is impossible. The theoretical limit of natural sky darkness is approximately 22 magnitudes per square arcsecond, the limit being set by the natural sources of light that exist even in the absence of all artificial light. The airglow, the zodiacal light, the integrated starlight, the light of the Milky Way. These natural sources produce a background brightness that cannot go below approximately 22. The way the temperature of a room cannot go below the temperature of the building it is in. The background being the floor being the limit. 22.4 is below the floor. 22.4 means the sky is darker than the natural sources of light should allow. 22.4 means that something is absorbing the airglow and the zodiacal light and the integrated starlight. Something is making the darkness darker than the darkness should be. The darkness not merely being the absence of light, but being a presence, a positive presence, a thing that is there rather than a thing that is not there. I noticed the anomaly in my third year. The photometer, which I read every clear night, produced a reading that I assumed was a calibration error. I recalibrated. The reading persisted. I borrowed a second photometer from a colleague. Same reading. 22.4. On a night in November, the sky above the reserve, darker than the darkest sky on Earth should be. The anomalous readings occur approximately 8 to 10 times per year, on nights that have no common meteorological feature, no common season, no common lunar phase. The nights are not predictable. I cannot tell in advance which night will produce the deeper darkness. I can only measure it when it arrives. The photometer telling me that tonight the dark is darker than dark. Tonight the floor has dropped. Tonight the absence has become a presence. On these nights I go outside. I leave the cabin and I stand in the heather and I look up. And the sky is different. Not visibly different, not to the untrained eye, but to my eye, which has been looking at this sky for 8 years and which knows the particular quality of a 21.8 sky the way Howard knows his trail. The sky on these nights is deeper. The black between the stars is blacker. The stars are brighter, not because the stars have changed, but because the background against which the stars are seen has become darker. The contrast increasing, the stars emerging from the deeper dark, the way figures emerge from a painting when the background is darkened. The Milky Way on these nights is not a band of light across the sky. The Milky Way on these nights is a structure, a three-dimensional thing, the nearby stars and the distant stars visually separated, the depths of the galaxy visible, the arms and the clouds, and the dark lanes all distinct. The galaxy seen not as a decoration on the ceiling, but as a thing, a real thing, a thing you are inside of, a thing that goes down as well as across. The depths being the quality that the deeper darkness reveals, the depths that the ordinary darkness conceals. I want to describe what the stars look like on an anomalous night, because the stars are the thing the darkness reveals, and the revelation is the gift. On an ordinary dark night at Fiona's Reserve, the Milky Way is visible as a band of diffuse light across the sky. The band being composed of billions of individual stars that are too far away and too faint to be seen individually, their collective light merging into the milky brightness that gives the galaxy its name. The band stretches from horizon to horizon, arching across the sky in the great circle that the galaxy makes when seen from inside. The circle being the cross-section of the disk being the shape of the galaxy being a flat disk of stars, approximately 100,000 light-years across. On an anomalous night, when the photometer reads 22.4, the Milky Way is not a band. The Milky Way is a structure. The deeper darkness provides a contrast that the ordinary darkness does not provide, and the contrast separates the components of the band into their individual elements, the nearby stars and the distant stars becoming visually distinct, the depth of the galaxy becoming visible, the galaxy revealing itself as a three-dimensional object rather than a two-dimensional glow. The dark lanes. On an anomalous night, the dark lanes in the Milky Way, the lanes of interstellar dust that block the light of the stars behind them, are visible as three-dimensional structures, the lanes having depth. The lanes going back into the galaxy, the dust being not a surface, but a volume. The volume being visible because the deeper darkness provides the contrast that allows the eye to perceive the difference between the darkness of the dust and the deeper darkness of the intergalactic void behind the dust. The colors. On an ordinary night, the stars are white, the color being the sum of all the wavelengths, the eye not having enough contrast to separate the wavelengths into their components. On an anomalous night, the stars have colors. The hot stars are blue, the cool stars are red, the medium stars are yellow. The colors are the stars' temperatures made visible, the temperatures being the stars' identities, each star having a temperature and a color and a brightness and a position, each star being an individual. The individuality being visible on anomalous nights, because the deeper darkness provides the contrast that the individuality requires. Fiona lies in the heather and sees this, the three-dimensional galaxy, the dark lanes going back, the colored stars, the structure of the universe visible from a hillside in Scotland on a night when the darkness is deeper than dark should be. And the experience of lying in the heather and seeing the galaxy as a three-dimensional structure is the experience of being inside, not beneath, inside. The galaxy is around you. The stars are around you. The dark lanes go back on all sides. You are inside the galaxy, the way a fish is inside the ocean. The medium surrounding you, the medium being the universe being home. Fiona measures this. The photometer gives her a number. The number says, the dark is deeper tonight. The number does not capture the experience. The experience is of being inside, of being held, of the universe contracting around the reserve and showing itself to whoever is lying in the heather and looking up and paying attention with the quality of attention that 8 years of nightly measurement produces. The darkness is the host. The light is the guest. And on anomalous nights, the host is more present. The host is closer. The host is showing itself. And the showing is the gift. And the gift is the seeing. And the seeing is the stars in color. And the galaxy in depth. And the universe as home. I lie in the heather. On these nights, the anomalous nights, I lie in the heather and I look up, and the sky presses down on me, not with weight, but with depth, the depth being a form of closeness, the sky coming closer on these nights, the distance between me and the stars becoming less, the universe contracting slightly around the reserve becoming the center of something, the center of a sphere of deeper darkness that holds the stars more closely and shows them more clearly and makes the seeing more intimate. The darkness on these nights is not empty. This is the thing I want to say most carefully, because it is the thing I am most certain of, and the thing that sounds most uncertain. The darkness, on the nights when it exceeds the theoretical limit, is not the absence of light. The darkness is a presence. The darkness is something. The darkness is the thing that was there before the light, and that will be there after the light, and that the light, for all its urgency and all its beauty, does not diminish, does not defeat, does not replace. The darkness yields to the light, the way a host yields a chair to a guest, politely, temporarily, the guest being welcome, but the host being the resident, the host being there before the guest arrived, and being there after the guest leaves. I measure the darkness. The darkness does not object. The darkness allows itself to be measured the way any patient and ancient thing allows itself to be examined by a curious and temporary thing. The darkness has time. The darkness has been here since before the first star ignited, since before the first photon crossed the first space between the first two particles. The darkness was here first. The light came later. And the light is beautiful, and the stars are beautiful, and the Milky Way on an anomalous night is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. But the beauty is in the contrast, and the contrast depends on the dark. And the dark, on certain nights, is deeper than it should be. And the deepening is a gift, and the gift is the seeing. And the seeing is the purpose, and the purpose is the darkness. I want to describe what Fiona experiences when she lies in the heather on an anomalous night, because the experience is the heart of her account, and the heart is what the listener, lying in their own darkness, might recognize. She lies in the heather. The heather is the plant of the Scottish Highlands, the low woody shrub that covers the hillsides in purple in late summer, and that provides, when you lie in it, a kind of mattress. The branch is flexible enough to yield to the body's weight, but firm enough to support it. The body settling into the heather the way a body settles into a bed, finding its shape in the material holding the shape. Above her, the sky on an anomalous night, the night when the photometer reads 22.4, the night when the darkness is deeper than dark should be. The sky on this night is not the sky of an ordinary dark night. The sky on this night is the sky of the universe, the sky with its floor dropped, the darkness going deeper, the stars coming closer, the Milky Way showing its structure, the galaxy revealing itself as a three-dimensional thing rather than a two-dimensional decoration on the ceiling of the world. The experience is of depth. Not height, not distance, not the ordinary spatial relationships that the eye uses to construct a three-dimensional world from the two-dimensional image on the retina. Depth. The sky going down rather than up. The stars being below as well as above. The universe surrounding rather than covering. The lying in the heather being a lying inside the universe rather than a lying beneath it. Fiona feels the depth as closeness. The stars are closer. Not because the stars have moved, but because the darkness between the stars is deeper. The deeper darkness providing greater contrast. The greater contrast making the stars more distinct. The distinctness making them feel nearer. The nearness being an experience rather than a measurement. The experience being the thing that the photometer cannot capture. The photometer measuring the darkness, and Fiona experiencing the darkness, and the measuring and the experiencing being two different relationships to the same thing. The darkness is a presence. This is Fiona's central claim, and I want to give it its full weight. The darkness, on anomalous nights, is not the absence of light. The darkness is something. Something that was there before the light. Something that will be there after the light. Something that the light exists inside of, the way fish exist inside water. The light being in the darkness, the way the fish is in the sea. The darkness being the medium being the primary thing, the light being the secondary thing, the light being the guest, and the darkness being the host. I want to describe what was there before the light, because the before is the darkness, and the darkness is Fiona's subject, and the subject is the oldest thing in tonight's collection. Before the first star ignited, there was darkness. Before the first photon crossed the first space between the first two particles, there was darkness. Before the Big Bang, if there was a before, there was darkness. The darkness is the original condition. The darkness is the default. The darkness is what the universe was before the universe produced the light that would eventually illuminate it. The light came later. The light came approximately 380,000 years after the Big Bang, when the universe cooled enough for the electrons to bind to the protons and the photons to travel freely through the newly transparent medium. The photons being the first light, the first guests in the house of darkness. The guests arriving after the host had been sitting alone for 380,000 years. The host being the darkness, the guest being the light. The light has been the guest ever since. The light travels through the darkness. The light illuminates the darkness. The light produces the stars and the galaxies and the nebulae and the particular beauty that the universe displays when the light is present. But the light is in the darkness. The light is surrounded by the darkness. The light is the exception. The darkness is the rule. Fiona measures the rule. Fiona measures the darkness with her photometer, and the darkness, on anomalous nights, is deeper than the rule should allow, deeper than the natural background of airglow and zodiacal light should permit. the darkness exceeding its own theoretical limit, the limit being the floor, and the floor dropping, the floor revealing that the darkness has more depth than the instruments expected, more depth than the physics predicted, the darkness being deeper than dark. On these nights, the host is more present. The host, who has been hosting the guest for 13.8 billion years, is more visible. The host is showing itself. The darkness, which is usually the background against which the light performs, steps forward, becomes foreground, becomes the thing that is seen rather than the thing that is seen past. The darkness, on anomalous nights, is not the absence of the light, but the presence of the dark. The dark being a thing, a positive thing, a thing that was here before the light and that will be here after the light, and that the light, for all its urgency, does not diminish. Fiona lies in the heather and sees this. She sees the darkness as a presence. She feels the darkness as a closeness. She experiences the darkness as the oldest thing, the thing that has been here since before everything else, the thing that held the universe before the universe held the light, the thing that is still holding the universe. The darkness being the medium being the host being patient, the patience being the quality being the darkness. The darkness does not mind being measured. The darkness does not mind being seen. The darkness, which has been hosting the light for 13.8 billion years, does not mind one more guest, one more measurer, one more woman in the heather with a photometer and a notebook and a willingness to look at the dark and see not nothing, but something. The something being the oldest something, the something that was here first. On anomalous nights, the host is more present, the host is closer, the host is deeper. The host is showing itself to the guest, the darkness showing itself to the light, the showing being the deepening being the anomalous reading on the photometer, the reading that says, "Tonight the dark is darker than dark should be. Tonight the floor has dropped. Tonight the host is here." Fiona lies in the heather, and the host is here, and the here is everywhere, and the everywhere is the universe, and the universe is dark, fundamentally dark, the light being the exception, the light being the anomaly, the light being the thing that needs explaining, not the darkness being the default, the darkness being the original, the darkness being the thing that was here first and that will be here last, and that yields, politely, temporarily, to the light. The yielding being the courtesy of the host allowing the guest to shine, the shining being the guest's nature, the nature being permitted, the permitting being the darkness's generosity. "I measure darkness," Fiona says. The darkness does not mind. The darkness does not mind because the darkness is patient, and because the measuring is temporary, and because the measurer is temporary, and because the darkness, which has been here since before the first star, and which will be here after the last star, has time, has all the time, has more time than the light, has more time than the measurer, has more time than anything that measures, or shines, or lives, or dies. The darkness has time. The moss has time. The trail has time. The lake has time. The river has time. The bears have time. The birds have time. The forest has time. Everything in tonight's files has time. More time than the people who observe them. More time than the counters and the watchers and the walkers. The time being the quality that the natural world has and that the human world does not. The quality of patience. The quality of endurance. The quality of being there before and being there after and being there during. The being there being the darkness being the ground of everything. I measure darkness. The darkness does not mind. I want to describe one more anomalous night, one specific night, because the specific is always more than the general, and tonight's final file deserves the specific. A night in November. The sky is clear, the wind has died, the heather is still. The reserve is quiet, the daytime birds roosting, the nighttime birds not yet active, the brief interval between the diurnal and the nocturnal, when the reserve holds its breath. The breath being held between two kinds of life, the day life and the night life. The holding being the moment when neither is active and the reserve is its own thing, its own quiet, its own dark. Fiona takes the photometer out of the cabin. She walks to her usual spot, a flat area of heather approximately 50 meters from the cabin, the area being away from the cabin's light, the distance being enough to eliminate the cabin as a source of stray light, the area being as dark as the reserve can offer. She sets up the photometer. She points it at the zenith, straight up, at the point of the sky directly above her head, the point that is furthest from any horizon, the point that gives the purest reading of the sky's darkness, the reading being least affected by any light sources on the horizon. She reads the photometer. 22.4. The floor has dropped. The darkness is deeper than dark. The sky above the reserve is darker than the natural background should allow. The air glow and the zodiacal light and the integrated starlight all being less than they should be. The darkness absorbing them. The darkness taking back what the darkness temporarily yielded. Fiona sets the photometer down. She lies in the heather. She looks up. The Milky Way is a river, not a band, not a glow, not the diffuse brightness that ordinary dark skies show. A river, a three-dimensional river of light flowing across the sky, the near stars and the far stars separated by contrast, the dark lanes visible as channels in the river, the channels going back, the back being the depth being the thing that the deeper darkness reveals. The colors come out. The blue stars and the red stars and the yellow stars. Each star showing its temperature in its color. The colors being the star's identities. Each star being itself. Each star being an individual. The individuality visible because the contrast is sufficient. The contrast being provided by the deeper darkness. The darkness being the background against which the individuality is seen. Fiona lies in the heather for 2 hours. The sky turns above her, the stars processing westward at the rate of the Earth's rotation, the constellations shifting, the Milky Way arcing overhead, the river flowing, the depth persisting, the anomalous darkness holding. She does not take notes. She does not record observations. She lies in the heather and looks up. And the looking is the practice. And the practice is the relationship. And the relationship is between a woman in the heather and the universe above her, and the darkness that holds them both. The darkness holds.
This is the thing Fiona knows. The thing that 8 years of measurement have confirmed. The darkness holds. The darkness is the thing that holds the universe. The thing that was here before the light. The thing that will be here after the light. The thing that is the medium in which the stars burn and the galaxies turn and the light travels and the looking happens. The darkness holds everything. And on anomalous nights, when the darkness is deeper than dark, the holding is closer. The holding is tighter. The darkness coming closer to the things it holds. The universe contracting slightly. The stars coming nearer. The looking becoming more intimate. The intimacy being the gift. The gift is the seeing. The gift is the deeper dark allowing the deeper seeing. And the deeper seeing reveals the universe as it is, not as the ordinary dark shows it, but as the deeper dark shows it. The universe in its depth, the galaxy in its structure, the stars in their colors, the darkness in its presence. Fiona lies in the heather and sees the universe, and the universe holds her, and the holding is the darkness, and the darkness does not mind. That is the last file for tonight. I close Fiona's folder. The archive is quiet. The lamp is very low. The files are on the desk. 8 folders from 8 forests and reserves and rivers and skies. 8 voices from 8 landscapes. Each voice belonging to a person who has spent years or decades in a single place, attending to a single thing. And the single thing, attended to long enough and carefully enough, has revealed something about itself that the casual visit does not reveal. The secret of the trail and the forest and the lake and the silence and the bear and the moss and the river and the dark. The people of the forest, the counters and the watchers and the walkers. They walk their beats and they count their counts, and they tend their territories, and the territories in response grow and reveal and acknowledge and write and distinguish and deepen. The territories doing what all territories do when they are tended with enough attention for enough time. They respond. They give back. They show the tender something that the tender did not know was there. Something that was waiting to be found by someone who would walk 5,000 times, who would look every day for 3 seasons, who would count every year for 30 years, who would measure every clear night for 8 years. The finding requires the walking. The walking requires the patience. The patience requires the love. And the love, which is not a word that rangers use, but which is the word that fits. The love is the quality that produces the attention, that produces the response, that produces the file, that produces the reading, that produces the hearing, that produces the holding. The archive holds the forest tonight. The forest is safe here, in the files,
in the voice, in the dark of the room where the lamp is burning, and the forest, wherever the forest is, the forest of the trail and the tower and the lake and the reserve and the river and the bluff and the rock and the heather. The forest is held, and the holding is the keeping, and the keeping continues. I want to say one last thing about the darkness, because the darkness is the final word in tonight's collection, and the final word should be the gentlest. The darkness is not the enemy of the light. The darkness is not the opposite of the light. The darkness is the host of the light. The darkness is the space in which the light exists, the medium through which the light travels, the background against which the light is seen. Without the darkness, the light would have nothing to travel through, nothing to be seen against, nothing to illuminate.
The light depends on the darkness, the way a guest depends on a host. The guest being welcome, and the host being the reason the welcome is possible. Fiona measures the host. Fiona measures the darkness with a photometer, and the measurement is an act of respect. The respect being the attention being the measurement saying, I see you, I know you are here, I know you are the oldest thing, I know you were here before the stars, and I know you will be here after the stars. And I am measuring you, because measuring is my way of paying attention. And paying attention is my way of saying thank you. Thank you for the darkness. Thank you for the contrast that makes the stars visible. Thank you for the depth that makes the galaxy a structure rather than a glow. Thank you for the anomalous nights, when the darkness is deeper than dark, and the stars are closer, and the universe is more intimate, and the seeing is more complete. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the ground of everything. Thank you for holding the universe in your depth the way a hand holds a lamp. The lamp being the light, and the hand being the darkness. The hand being the thing that makes the holding possible. The holding being the purpose being the darkness. Fiona measures darkness. The darkness does not mind. The darkness has been here since the beginning and will be here at the end, and has time, all the time, more time than the measurer, more time than the light, more time than anything that measures or shines or lives or dies. The darkness is patient. The darkness is the most patient thing. And the patience is the darkness's gift. The gift being the holding being the keeping being the archive being the darkness being the place where everything is held, everything is kept, everything is safe. The archive stays open until morning, but the darkness stays open always. The darkness does not close. The darkness holds, and the holding is enough. I want to describe the act of measurement one final time, because the measuring is Fiona's practice, and the practice is the conclusion. Fiona walks to her spot, 50 meters from the cabin. She carries the photometer, a small instrument approximately the size of a fist, the instrument being a light-sensitive detector connected to a digital readout. The detector measuring the brightness of the sky in the unit
that tells her how dark the dark is. She points the instrument at the zenith, straight up, the point of the sky that is darkest, the point furthest from any horizon glow, the point that gives the purest measure of the sky's natural darkness. She presses the button. The detector integrates the light from a small patch of sky for a calibrated duration. The readout displays a number. Most nights, 21.8. Dark. Among the darkest skies in Europe. The Milky Way visible as a band. The major constellations bright. The minor constellations faint but present. A good dark sky. A sky worth protecting. A sky worth measuring. Some nights, 22.4. Darker than dark. Below the theoretical floor. The Milky Way visible as a structure. The colors of the stars visible. The depth of the galaxy visible. A sky that the instrument says should not exist, the number being below the limit that the natural sources of background light should allow. Fiona records the number. She records the number every clear night. She's been recording the number for 8 years. The recording is the practice. The practice is the attention. The attention is the relationship between the measurer and the measured, between the woman with the photometer and the sky above the reserve, between the temporary and the permanent, between the living and the dark. The dark does not mind being measured. Fiona says this, and I believe her, because Fiona has been measuring the dark for 8 years, and the dark has not objected, has not withdrawn, has not stopped producing the anomalous nights, the dark continuing to deepen on its own schedule, 8 to 10 times per year, the schedule being the dark schedule, the schedule not responding to Fiona's measuring, but not being disturbed by it either. The dark allowing the measuring, the way a mountain allows a surveyor. The allowing being the patience of a thing that is larger and older and more permanent than the thing that measures it. The dark has been here since before the stars. The dark will be here after the stars. The dark is the medium, the host, the ground, the origin. And Fiona, lying in the heather with her photometer and her notebook, is the guest, the measurer, the temporary thing that attends to the permanent thing, the attending being the practice being the laugh being enough. 22.4. The number that means tonight the dark is deeper, tonight the host is present, tonight the universe is closer, tonight the seeing is more complete. Fiona records the number. She closes her notebook. She lies in the heather. She looks up. And the dark, which does not mind, holds her the way the dark holds everything. Patiently, gently, for as long as the looking lasts. Sleep well. Until tomorrow.